Zrinko, jel me čuješ?
Čujem.
Dobro.
Da, dobro se čuješ.
Ok. Dobro, čisto provjeravam kad bom govorila
Ok,
da znam jel sam dovoljno blizu ili kak.
dobro
Teja
se.
i Zrinka nam se neće danas priključiti jer su bolesne.
Teja i?
Zrinka. Teja mi se jučer javila nakon izlaganja da izgleda da ju viroza lovi. Kćer je prvo lovilo pa onda nju. A Zrinka jutros tak da. Ali dobro.
A dobro. Ne znam, valjda
Ja
će
ću,
skoro doći ljudi.
ja ću se sad isključiti zvuk i ton. To jest ton i sliku.
Ok. Good morning, everyone. We will wait for another 5 minutes to see if hopefully some more people join, and then we will start.
Sad se ne čuje. Šta? Sad se čuje.
Good morning, everyone. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hi.
Good morning. So I think it's about time we start for today's day 2 of the conference, Production and Circulation of Knowledge in the Semi-Periphery in the Early Modern and Modern Period. Hopefully some more people will be joining in as the day goes on, and similarly to yesterday's day, we will have 3 panels, and after we hear the lectures of each panel, we will have time for discussions, questions, and remarks, possible remarks. Thank you for joining in to the Zoom. And Jan, do we hear each other? Jan Surman from the Masaryk Institute will be our first lecturer for today. Jan?
Good morning. So you hear me, I see, then everything is perfect. I also have a presentation.
Let's see.
And now you should see also the presentation. Okay, so thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much that I can present a few ideas about circulation, semi-periphery, methodology of it, and so on and so on. Listening to lectures yesterday, I was thinking, what kind of contribution can I actually make, which makes sense in the context of the conference, in the, let's say, context of the topics we are discussing. Because if I would tell you the story, a straightforward story of my empirical case, that would be, you know, I would just simply add one other case to many which are discussed, and probably that wouldn't be that productive. So what I thought is that I will make the case itself shorter and try to propose a theoretical topic for a discussion, more or less. So I will still stick to the question of positivism a bit, to the question of misspelling or mispronouncing, rather. But please understand it rather as a theoretical idea or theoretical contribution than an empirical one. And in a way of contributing, I will also try to tell the story of this skeleton, which is nowadays in Vienna. Okay, so as I wrote in an abstract, as you see in the title, it will be about misspelling in Lemberg, about Catholicism, about positivism, and about Darwinism. And this is like an opening, which is connected with one person, with Benedikt Dybowski, who is I would venture to say that he is a well-known zoologist. I do suppose he's well-known mostly among Polish language speakers and among specialists. And he was born in the Russian Empire to a Polish language family, then studied in Dorpat or Tartu, then in Breslau, then in Berlin. So he had a very typical career of a 19th century scholar studying all around Central Europe. And in 1862 to 1864, he was professor / adjunct at the main school in Warsaw, which was a short-living, more or less a university in Warsaw. And then there he was teaching zoology, especially being one of the first person who was teaching Darwinism in Polish language. 63, 64, the uprising in Warsaw and the Russian Empire. He gets exiled to Siberia. He gets exiled for 12 years. Then at some point of time, I mean, from the very beginning on, he's doing empirical research there. He's becoming member of the Russian Geographical Society. And then he actually stays in Siberia, even if when his exile ends, and travels, especially around Baikal, making a lot of interesting contributions to the fauna and flora of the region. And in 1884, he becomes nominated as a professor of zoology at the University of Lviv. And this is where my story begins and more or less also ends with his inaugurational lecture. Inauguration lecture, as you all know, it's a big lecture. Like in the 19th century, like half of the city is coming. All professors are coming. All the officials of the city are coming. And Dybowski, as a positivist, as a Darwinist, was of course very important, interesting person for many people. So basically, the halls of the university were full when he was speaking. And what happened that at some point of time, he said a sentence which In German, can we say like weg mit der Theologie or teleology? In English, we should get rid of theology or teleology. And we actually don't know what he said. We know what priests sitting in the first row of the lecture understood. They understood that he wants to get rid of theology. And they understood it that he wants to get rid of theology at the university because it was a faculty. What happened is, if you know the Habsburg Empire, you can imagine what is happening. Basically, one of the dean is freaking out. Of course, the dean, who is a theologist. It goes all the way to the Minister of Education. So here you have a lot of different men who play a role in this story. From the left, I'm just trying to. So the person in the left is the dean of the theological faculty. Then you have the rector of the university, who is a mathematician. And then you have Minister Gauch. You have the archbishop, and then you have Franz Josef. All of them like argue about what to do with Dybowski. First of all, because he's very prominent at the time already. He's internationally renowned as a Darwinist, as an empirical researcher of zoology. He's a very he's a very prominent translator of Darwin and Darwinism in Polish. So there is a big scandal in the city. The university closes for a day, and at the very end of the lecture, I will tell you what happened with Dybowski. But what I found interesting is that how many different stories we have of exactly Dybowski, of exactly what is happening at this transition of a scholar who is working in the Russian Empire, is prominent, and then he moves to the Habsburg Empire, and he's still prominent, but at the same time, extremely contentious. There is a lot of conflicts which are happening around him. And there is several ways of how to tell this story, and the way of telling this story, not an empirical story itself, but let's say the cultural repercussions of it, depend on the mental map of your narrative which you are using. And basically in the 19th century, in the research about 19th century Habsburg Empire, you can encounter two different mental maps, as probably all of you know. One of them, the one on the right bottom, is connected with nationality. It's connected with national language. And the second one is connected with the state. And the second one is actually way less widespread. And by this kind of narrative, I will come in a second to what I understand of this narrative. I mean, it's not really something what I understand as a, let's say, research about imperial science, because it also, the imperial science by itself has a lot of limits, which we can discuss later on. There is also a map which I would call an empirical Latour-made map. I'm taking this satirical map of Europe as a as a representation of this map. I will, in 2 minutes, I will tell more how I see this kind of stories emerging, and this kind of maps emerging, and they are also very, very important, very productive. So basically, if you would like to say the story, to tell the story of Dybowski, you can, from the point of view of the language of the national community, it is a story of Darwinism in Polish, and this is mostly how the story is being told. The translations of Darwin into Polish, the adoption of empirical material, which Dybowski is making throughout his career. Of course, there is, a way to add his students. There is a way to add a lot of his travels, and so on and so on. And more or less, we can learn about, how Darwinism was adopted, appropriated in Polish, which is an interesting story. I mean, culturally, geographically, and so on and so on. The story gets a bit more interesting when you start looking at the state borders. And here you have, unfortunately, I will try to show you with a mouse what I'm talking about, but it's not that good visible. So if you want to tell the story from the point of view of empires, then you have a scholar from a Russian empire, even if he's a Polish language, one becoming Darwinist, and then at one moment transitioning to Lemberg. Which is a Habsburg city. It's a Polish Habsburg city, but still it's a city within the Habsburg culture of knowledge, and with a lot of limitations about what can be taught. I mean, Darwinism in Habsburg Empire comes relatively late in comparison to Russian Empire or German Empire. So basically every scholar coming to Habsburg Empire was experiencing very similar problems as Dybowski did, whether he's transitioning to Lemberg, whether he's transitioning to Prague, or transitioning to Vienna. And you can say this story as a story of different empires and different systems of knowledge in Central Europe. Systems of knowledge we are not really connected to natural languages like Polish language, Czech language. They are connected with a special way, with a special imperial language, with a special way of formulating research programs, which in this case would be like very connected with Darwin, in a mainstream academia would be connected with Catholicism, with other ways of seeing evolution at the university. I mean, there is evolution, it's simply not a Darwinist evolution. And you can see similarities between Krakow, Prague, and Vienna. And you see differences between Krakow and Warsaw. So here the difference lies between empires and not between languages. And I will tell a bit more about it in a second, what repercussions it has for the program, for a research program. You can also, of course, have this kind of empty map with which you start doing ways Latourian way. You start with Dybowski, let's say, with his lecture in 1885, and then are trying to connect the dots, what kind of resources he mobilized to make the statement, make statements, which he did. And then we have this kind of beautiful global history, which will be running through Great Britain, Baikal, and will be connecting different places, different localities. And this is more or less the story which and the way in which the maps, like the cultural map, the map of stereotypes, would appear. There are very different maps which differ depending on the point of the departure which you are taking, and on the different resources. So this is like one of the most interesting ways of doing historiography. I would say it's a very strenuous one, but it produces maps. It produces empirical maps instead of presupposing certain mental maps, as the two previous examples that I gave you. The story, in a way, I wanted to connect it a bit to the discussion we had yesterday about Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe as a part of the STEP program, as a part of postcolonial studies and circulation studies. And while I was thinking about it, how to connect it, I thought that one of the problems I have with STEP of postcolonial and circulational studies, I have several points, I would say only one, is that they focus on not on originality in any way. They focus a lot of reception and transfer. And that, in a way, actually makes the direction of the questions which you are posing still an innovative, but it actually kind of hides a lot from the originality itself, which I find very disappointing this way. I mean, of course, STEP, postcolonial studies, and circulational studies are and very, very important. But I think that now we have we need some more other input. And I was thinking what kind of points could be made. I mean, also basing on my examples, what is the kind of productivity of Central Europe in the context of global historiography of science at this moment. And I think that there are several points which we can observe in Central Europe, which are stronger than they are in other parts of the world, and which I think we could make stronger in conceptualization of our research. And you see them. The first one is that we have multiple situational hierarchies, which are social, cultural, gender-wise, political, and so on. So we don't really have this kind of binary hierarchies that are very often assumed in postcolonial studies. We have also multiple languages, which sometimes align with natural languages, sometimes not. So for example, in my example, the language of Darwinism in Russian Empire is very different than the language of Darwinism in the Habsburg Empire, although they are both Polish, in my very case. So they are very different languages. We have multiple intellectual alliances, which are also changing very fast, like, you know, different centers happening, different centers disappearing. We have non-canonical, and this is something which I came up with yesterday, that very often the word was, it was innovative because it was belated. And I thought that, you know, what is happening in Central Europe is that because it's belated, we don't have actually this kind of strong canon as we have or tradition as we have in Paris, as we have in a way also in Vienna, or as we have in Berlin or Heidelberg, and so on, which is of course very productive. And scholars are mobile, culturally, intellectually, geographically, and it's also one of the points that, you know, has very strong repercussions. They are more mobile than they are in Berlin. And these three last points, the multiple alliances, non-canonical and mobile, makes it also a bit complicated to tell the stories in a way as they are told in Berlin or as they are told in Paris, because first of all, stories we want to tell were in a way non-traditional already when they were happening, and also now we have to, you know, find narratives to how to tell the stories and make them relevant in a global condition. And translation, just to make the last point, for me, translation is a tool or as a method to look at the points of contact. And we can also discuss how much you know, relevance translation would have in our daily research. I mean, I can give more examples of how I see translations. Translation doesn't counter the theoretical method that I propose here. So that would be my theoretical proposals. I also hope that we will come back to them during the conference and discuss them. And as I promised, I should tell you the end of the story of the cow. So what happened is that Dybowski was given a choice. He was proposed after the lecture that he, you know, there's many stories about what's happening. The one I like more is that the director actually told him that Dybowski has to stop lecturing, that the minister told that he has to stop lecturing. Dybowski wrote to the minister that he is an autonomous scholar, and if he will be told to stop lecturing, he will simply leave the university. He could do it. He was apparently rich enough, and he was apparently popular enough to simply say, I go to Russia now or whatever, and he would, you know, get a job without any problems. The minister, afraid of international scandals, say like, you know, okay, we will not do anything. And Dybowski had a lot of autonomy with which he was able to recruit, you know, young students, young scholars. So he made Lviv a hub of Darwinism and a hub of evolutionary zoology, establishing also a very important museum of zoology. And what you see is a stellar sea cow skeleton. The museum had 5 of them. And this particular one was transferred to Natural History Museum in Vienna. So the museum was, you know, a global hub for this very this very skeletons. Like from 27 that existed, 5 of them were there. So the museum is still there, still a witness of the 19th century evolutionary thought. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Jan, for this very interesting paper on positivism and Darwinism and the new ways we can think of that kind of knowledge in Central European context. And now we will move on to the next one, which is by Martin Kuhar and Stella Fatovic-Ferencic. Do we have our lecturer here?
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
I have also the presentation. Hopefully everyone can see it.
Yes.
Okay. I would first of all like to thank the organizers for inviting us to the conference. The presentation itself is the short synthesis of the previously published research, and hopefully this conference will also inspire us to write the review paper dealing specifically with this topic. Okay, so I'll just jump right into it. While working as the director of the Hospital for the Mentally Ill in Pesara, Italian psychiatrist Cesare Lombroso noticed that among his patients, many who had committed the crime had physical anomalies. Together with his disciples Enrico Ferri and Raffaele Garofalo, Lombroso founded the Italian School of Criminology, which set out to identify and interpret these signs of degeneration. Eventually, the positivists, as the Italian criminologists were called, took them to be a hereditary regression to an earlier phase of human evolution. Some criminals, Lombroso thought, were so regressed that they were born as criminals. The penal reform that he espoused, that he proposed, should shift its focus from the abstractness of the criminal act to criminals themselves as biological phenomena. Despite its failure to overthrow the classical legal school and its notion of free will, as well as the Christian notion of moral responsibility for one's acts, positivism still led to some profound changes in the criminal law, such as the introduction of indeterminate sentencing and diminished responsibility. But it also inspired eugenic movements and the US immigration quotas. Criminological developments in Italy found their way to the neighboring Croatia as well, where many debated about positivism. In this presentation, we will focus our attention on the reception and transformations of positivism in Croatia, mostly among physicians who wrote on topics such as crime, forensic psychiatry, and eugenics. Our argument is that, generally speaking, there was palpable ambivalence towards Lombroso. His influence was definitely present in the attempts to reform the penal law, in the courts, in research, and in textbooks. However, pure biological determinism never found acclamation in Croatia due to a number of socioeconomic, religious, and public health reasons. Several contextual facts are pertinent to our presentation. The first is that up until 1929, the Austrian penal law from mid-19th century was in use in continental Croatia. According to this law, defendants were only able to plead sane or insane. There was no notion of diminished responsibility or some sort of grading of insanity. This caused a lot of tensions between the lawyers and the physicians in the courts, since many defendants then opted to simply plead for insanity. Moreover, since this was a period before medical college and psychiatric specialization, many physicians who testified as experts in the court had limited experience in psychiatry and were thus prone to conflate particularly gruesome, violent acts with mental disease. The second important fact was the establishment of the Hospital for the Mentally Ill in Stenjevec, today's Vrapče, in 1879, which slowly but surely meant the introduction of psychiatric terminology into the court proceedings, eventually giving rise to forensic psychiatry. The third fact is the exposure of Croatian physicians and other intellectuals to contemporary theories on degeneration and eugenics, coupled with the socioeconomic and demographic reality of Croatia. This led to a particular concern for public health aspects of diseases, of crime, of prostitution, and other deviances, while it's also favored the Lamarckian notion of heredity. A case in point is the first Lombroso scholar that we are going to elucidate here, Fran Gundrum, who is also one of the first Croatian eugenicists. Fran Gundrum was a physician from Oriovac in Croatia. He finished his medical studies in Vienna, after which he worked in Slavonski Brod, then in Bulgaria, and finally as a city physician in Križevci, again in Croatia. He wrote extensively on many topics concerning public health, but his most important works are the book Sexual Healthcare, the first sexology book in Croatia, and a series of papers on crime that he published for the most prominent Croatian legal magazine, Mjesečnik Pravničkog društva. In 1907, Gundrum conducted the first and only study on prostitution in Croatia and Slavonia at that time. It was a pioneering study. It consisted of sending this questionnaire to his colleague physicians in order to establish common anthropological features of prostitutes. In his evaluation of the results, Gundrum differed from Lombroso, for whom prostitutes were female equivalents of born criminals. Gundrum considered Lombroso's theory about women unsound because it concentrated on women's inadequacies compared to men. Rather, Gundrum's research demonstrated that a large percentage of prostitutes were in the profession out of economic necessity and due to childhood neglect. However, he could not completely resist the idea of an intrinsic predisposition, and the scientific method he used did not convince him otherwise. Of 207 prostitutes who made the core sample of his study, as many as 40 declared that they had become prostitutes because of the will for lechery. 7 listed pleasure, 25 stated that they liked it, and 35 listed lust. Based on these replies, he was forced to acknowledge an endogenous cause for their behavioral disorder, which was revealed through some stereotypical external signs, showing just how much he basically owed to Lombroso, despite their differences in opinion. Gundrum extended his debate with Lombroso to the subject of criminality. Just to recapitulate, according to Lombroso, there was a substantial subset of criminals called born criminals, and they were considered to be morally insane, not necessarily mentally insane. However, Gundrum thought that the fact that only 15 out of 2,804 people sentenced for crime in 1907 were brought for psychiatric evaluation automatically meant that there was a low number of born criminals in Croatia. This was basically a misreading of Lombroso, who never completely conflated mental disease and moral insanity. But this misreading by Gundrum laid the groundwork for a huge number of defendants pleading insanity on the basis of allegedly Lombrosian theories. Despite the apparently low number of born criminals in Croatia, Gundrum still considered them a threat to the feeling of safety. So on the occasion of the opening of the Buenos Aires penitentiary, he openly called for the rejection of the classical legal notion of punishment as the retribution for the committed crime, and instead opted for the idea of punishment as the means to defend the society from its violent members, a typical Lombrosian idea. In the new penal system, departments for mentally ill should be built in penitentiaries, while a true incorrigible criminal should be like any mentally person exclusively in the domain of physicians. Physicians would be tasked to identify such people in their young age, just when they started their inevitable degradation towards the life of crime. Born criminals should be faced with one of 3 options: excommunication, marriage prohibition, or sterilization, which Gundrum regarded as a novel idea worth considering. For Lombroso, epilepsy was at the center of his notion of born criminals. Such an interpretation of the disease meant decades of stigma of violence attached to the patient suffering from epilepsy. Naturally, those debates on the relationship between crime and epilepsy were present in the Croatian psychiatric circles as well. For example, one of the first physicians based in Stenjevec, Dragutin Forenbacher, suggested that true moral insanity can mostly be found among the epileptics, who also frequently had children with so-called psychopathia sexualis, a condition described most fittingly, he noted, by Italian geniuses Mantegazza and Lombroso. Forenbacher thus introduced 2 crucial ideas to the discourse on epilepsy in Croatia. One was that it represented a mental disorder closely linked with violence, crime, and sexual deviance, and the other that it was a hereditary disease. Forenbacher laid some of the groundwork for Ivo Žirovčić, the most prominent Croatian psychiatrist of the first half of the 20th century. Žirovčić was twice the director of Stenjevec Mental Hospital, while his detailed evaluations published in the official gazette of the Croatian Medical Association were so influential at the time that he is today regarded as the father of Croatian forensic psychiatry. Here we bring one of his cases that best demonstrates the ambivalence surrounding the positivism. The case involves a 36-year-old farmer suffering from epilepsy who was charged with strangling his pregnant wife in 1893. During the first trial, the defendant was evaluated by several experts. Some have claimed that he was simulating, others that he had an epileptic appearance with closed skull sutures. All adults have closed skull sutures, and still others that he committed the crime during an episode of epileptic absence. Due to these incompatible opinions, the court ordered a proper evaluation at Stenjevec and a retrial. During his hospital stay, Ljubojević was always calm, while his skull readings were pretty much normal. Žirovčić thus rejected the idea of epileptic appearance in this case, and instead concluded that the man suffered from something called hereditary psychosis. Patients with this malaise were capable of extreme brutality, he said, and were predisposed to crime, inebriation, obscenities, and bestiality. The defendant, too, was such a mental weakling, but whose crime, because of his lesser mental value, deserved to be viewed more leniently. Žirovčić's approach and diagnosis, despite rejecting epilepsy as the cause of crime in this case, obviously reflects a typical Lombrosian mindset. This expertise was used in the retrial, which resulted in a 15-year prison sentence for the defendant. Cases such as these revealed the theoretical incoherence that plagued psychiatry at the turn of the century. Not only did forensic experts have vastly different views on the role of epilepsy in murder cases, but there is even a palpable tension in Žirovčić's own evaluations between Lombrosian determinism and the idea that people have free will, that they are morally autonomous agents. Such incoherence not only resulted in cumbersome, prolonged, and costly court procedures, but it also resulted in injustice for many suspects who had to go through multiple evaluations and repeated court processes. During one interview with Žirocic, Ljubojević said that he would rather be hanged than tortured like this any longer. Žirocic eventually recognized this problem, and in 1906, he openly criticized the outdated penal system. The occasion for his criticism was a case of arson by a young man suffering from epilepsy. The man had, as Žirocic claimed, bulging occipital bone and pronounced forehead, and was clearly a person of lesser value. While some more modern legislations, Žirocic claimed, recognized the idea of diminished responsibility, which made possible for such people to be declared less accountable, the Croatian penal law was too rigid and did not allow such a grading of sanity. This obviously frustrated Croatian psychiatrists such as Žirocic, who had limited opportunity to show his true knowledge and substantially influence court decisions. This proposed reform also revealed some eugenic undertones. In one case in which a person suffering from epilepsy decapitated a 3-year-old child, Žirocic expressed his disappointment that this mentally disabled man had married at a young age and that those with duty to prevent the marriage actually supported it. They were unaware, he claimed, just what kind of sin they committed against mankind. But at least he was relieved that the man's wife left him before they had any children together. Soon, eugenicists would pick up on that idea, supplanting it with numerous warnings on a national weakening due to such people procreating at will. In the works of eugenicists, epilepsy was reconceived as a socially undesirable trait that should be eliminated from the nation's hereditary material. So despite the fact that physicians finally acknowledged that criminal acts by persons with epilepsy should be viewed through the lens of their illness, patients suffering from epilepsy found themselves at the mercy of another idea that they represented people subverting the nation's progress. Probably the most striking example of the uses and manipulations of Lombroso's positivism came in the months following the terrorist strike in Zagreb in 1912, the second in Austria-Hungary in 2 days. On June 8, 1912, 25-year-old lawyer Luka Jukic tried to assassinate the Croatian Ban Slavko Cuvaj by shooting at the car transporting him during the festivities in Zagreb. Jukic failed in his attempt, but killed Cuvaj's advisor as well as one police officer during his escape. He was caught a few blocks away and detained. Immediately after the event, the government and its newspapers tried to portray Jukic as an overly tense man, a man with undoubtedly abnormal disposition, who belonged to Cesare Lombroso's gallery of figures and who attempted an insane assassination. One of the leading Croatian legal experts, Ernest Miller, also writing for the government's papers, commented that Jukic's act demonstrated a tendency for crime to devolve into more primitive forms in time, and claimed that Jukic tried to eliminate an imaginary danger, which suggested that he should either be put in solitary confinement or lunacy or madhouse. However, as the date of the trial approached, it became obvious that Jukic would plead insanity, which meant that the state swiftly had to change its strategy. While at first it was opportune for the government to portray Jukic, who was a revolutionary and a proponent of South Slav organization, as a mentally unstable individual, in order to expose Yugoslavism as a mental deviation, now it was vital to reveal his act as premeditated. On the other hand, Lombrosian discourse was now appropriated by Jukic's lawyers, who claimed that Jukic's parents were feeble-minded and mentally ill, that he had innate psychopathic disposition revealed by certain external signs, such as attached earlobes, and that the very act of this assassination was proof of mental illness. This is, of course, another use of Lombroso, but basically a misreading similar to Gundrum's, since for Lombroso, moral insanity and mental insanity are not one and the same. To settle this disagreement, Žirocic was tasked with evaluating Jukic during the trial. Žirocic testified that Jukic was a rational man and that he suffered only from constitutional neurasthenia and not a true mental disease. Žirocic was strongly criticized for his evaluation, especially by the Croat-Serb coalition, but also the Croatian Medical Association, which was becoming ever closer to the Yugoslav Union, or by one of the most renowned authors of the Croatian modernism, Anton Gustav Matoš. After this trial, Žirocic withdrew from public eye and stopped writing forensic reports for the bulletin of the Croatian Medical Association. Jukic was sentenced to death, which was later amended to life in prison. He was eventually pardoned after Yugoslavia was formed. Okay, so to conclude the presentation, Lombroso was obviously the focal point of the debates on crime, criminal law, epilepsy, and eugenics in Croatia. His theories were assessed by researchers, practical physicians, and lawyers, while his influence on the practice of the Croatian courts was substantial. Examples such as Gundrum and the Jukic case clearly demonstrate the myriad ways in which Lombroso's complex theories were adopted, critically engaged, modified, or even misinterpreted. To physicians such as Žirovčić, who was deeply concerned with establishing the legitimacy of psychiatry through its connection with modern medical knowledge, Lombroso showed the way towards closing the gap between psychiatry and other more empirically founded medical disciplines. It should be noted that during that time, psychiatry was always thought to be a less empirically validated in medicine. So psychiatrists now had a theory that was based on hard data, such as skull measurements, that other specialists in medicine could understand and relate to. And in this process, psychiatry emerged as a medical specialty equal to others. Moreover, psychiatry now seemed capable of performing some of the most troubling tasks in the legal system, such as forensic evaluations. Psychiatrists were able to convincingly assert that their specialized forensic knowledge was necessary to properly and speedily resolve criminal cases involving suspects with mental problems. Despite the strong presence of positivism in legal and medical circles, pure biological determinism never found acclamation among Croatian intellectuals, mainly due to the difficult socioeconomic context in Croatia at the beginning of the 20th century. Slow institutional development under Austro-Hungarian rule, widespread illiteracy, high mortality, especially among infants and children, all worked against the idea that people were determined solely by their hereditary material, as we have seen in Gundrum. Now, it comes as no surprise that Lamarckism was the dominant theory of heredity in Croatia, at least until the 1930s. And as a Catholic country, Croatia was not a fertile soil for explicitly secular theories such as Lombroso to be appropriated in their full sense. Okay, that's our presentation.
Thank you for the interesting paper, for this flux of psychiatric knowledge with legal practices. And now to move on, the third paper of the day is by Wojciech Pojar, from Central European University. Wojciech, can we hear each other?
Yeah. I hope we can. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure, and the discussions are really stimulating. My paper is on the circulation of eugenic knowledge in the Habsburg Empire. I don't have a presentation because it increases the bandwidth, and it has a bad impact on the voice quality. So I will just read my paper. So in Austria, there never was much interest in eugenics. Thus spoke Geza von Hoffmann, a Hungarian eugenicist, in 1929. More recently, of course, historian showed that the polycentric Habsburg Empire was a hotbed of eugenic thinking. Hoffmann also claimed that it was the nation that provided the mainframe and object of eugenics in Central Europe. This assumption remains unchallenged so far. I will question this assumption by analyzing the circulation of eugenic knowledge within the Habsburg Empire. I will argue that some eugenicists in the Habsburg context created networks that were imperial in their scope. They also shared some of their underlying epistemic and political agendas. The anxieties stemming from emerging imperial modernity were crucial in shaping these agendas. And these agendas included blueprints that sought to reframe and indeed regenerate the empire. As Knight-Gissis puts it, evolutionism turned into a metadisciplinary tenet, coloring the rhetoric and the epistemic assumptions of other disciplines, imparting an almost homogeneous appearance to many sciences. He shows that the emerging sociology was one of these disciplines. For most of the 19th century, sociology drew on Lamarckism, that is, on the notion that acquired characteristics can be inherited. Biology and society were entangled for these sociologists. However, as Maurizio Melloni, for example, argues, the rise of hard heredity challenged this connection. While hard heredity was perceived as a challenge to the progressive worldview by some sociologists, to the others, it provided a language to disentangle their discipline from biology. So this epistemic challenge provided a crucial setting for the rise of eugenic thinking within sociology. I will focus mainly on the networks of sociologists in this presentation. Of course, other disciplines, including psychiatry and anthropology, were also crucial for the emerging eugenics in Austria-Hungary. However, it were the communities of sociologists and their allies, including the sociologists in Vienna, Budapest, and Prague, that became key sites of eugenic debates in the late Habsburg Empire. Some of the earliest self-described eugenic associations in Austria-Hungary emerged from within sociological communities. The first one was in Vienna in 1913, followed by Budapest in 1914, and by Prague in early 1915. The earliest of these associations was established in 1913 within the Viennese Sociological Society. Its leading members included Rudolf Goldscheidt, a sociologist, Paul Kammerer, an experimental biologist, and Julius Tandler, an anatomist. The association was a culmination of several years of eugenic debates. I will briefly discuss the key tenets of this Viennese eugenics, if you will, before arguing that one of its main aims was to grapple with imperial diversity and imagine a reform of the empire using the theories of soft heredity and mutual aid. For many of these eugenicists, monism provided the overarching framework. One of their key concepts, Goldscheid's human economy, or mentioned economy, drew on monist sources and on Ostwald's energetics in particular. Goldscheidt argued that humans were not a resource that could be harvested at will. Instead, they embodied energy that had to be used sustainably. As he puts it in one of his lectures, quote, "The most valuable resource we have is the humans themselves. A truly monist politics must ask why we are paying for our cultural achievements with such a waste of humans," unquote. Appropriating the rhetoric of scientific management and recasting it into a socialist biopolitical project, Goldscheidt proposed a social reform whose main goal was to engineer the environment and thus shape human bodies. Human plasticity was one of the core assumptions behind Goldscheid's eugenic blueprint. A new environment could forcefully shape human bodies only as long as they acquired new traits in response to their surroundings, and as long as these changes could be passed on to the offspring. To make his point, Goldscheidt drew mainly on the research of Paul Kammerer. Kammerer's research on the inheritance of acquired characteristics is well known, and its aspects have been revisited recently by scholars including Tatiana Bukliash and Klaus Taschler. Yet, it has so far received less attention that producing experimental evidence of plasticity of organisms was only one part of Kammerer's agenda. It was equally important for him to show the importance of cooperation in nature. Various arguments about mutual aid circulated transnationally, and Kammerer drew to a significant extent on the ideas put forward by Piotr Kropotkin, a scientist and anarchist thinker. Kammerer went beyond Kropotkin, however, in one crucial aspect. While Kropotkin focused mainly on mutual aid taking place among the members of the same species, Kammerer explored the idea of cooperation between different species. For Kammerer, difference was no obstacle to mutual aid, but its crucial prerequisite. Rather than by any kind of cooperation, therefore, Kammerer was fascinated by symbiosis. Crucially, he also claimed that symbiosis was driven by instincts rather than reason. For Kammerer, this was crucial because it meant that symbiotic instincts were a trait that could be acquired and inherited further. In an appropriate environment, every organism could become symbiotic. Now, it's clear that Kammerer's main goal was to apply this theory to humans, and specifically to the ethnoculturally diverse Habsburg imperial context. His paper, Nationalism and Biology, published in early 1914, makes it clear. Individuals and extension nations were like his experimental animals, he suggested. They could instinctively become entangled in symbiotic relationships marked by division of labor, and of its products, as well as by increasing intermixture between these groups. This was a clear attack on the national superiority in the empire, partly directed at Gumplowicz and largely on Houston Stewart Chamberlain. As an alternative to these theories, Kammerer implied a vision of an empire as a vehicle of symbiosis, an environment which would incentivize humans to cooperate and ultimately mold them into interconnected symbiotic beings. In order to analyze the circulation of these ideas, it's necessary to question another received opinion, namely that the networks of Viennese eugenicists were limited almost exclusively to the imperial metropolis, and that they reached mainly to local urban audiences. For example, it's often said that Hugo Iltis, a geneticist and Mendel biographer based in the nearby town of Brno or Brünn, was Kammerer's only ally. After all, he worked with Kammerer during his internship at the Vivarium, a biological experimental station located in Prato, where Kammerer carried out his experiments. However, even a cursory look at the list of fellows of the Vivarium reveals the remarkable diversity of these individuals. To start with, several of Vivarium's interns were women, remarkably so at the time when only a few research institutions in Vienna included female researchers. Moreover, the interns came from various parts of the Habsburg Empire, and surprisingly large part of them recruited from territories that later became parts of Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Many of them played an important role in the history of eugenics in the Habsburg Empire and the territories and the spaces that replaced it after its collapse. The diversity of Vivarium's interns, in other words, reflected the diversity of the empire. Viennese eugenicists, moreover, established robust networks within various centers of the empire. Consider Prague and Budapest. There were more, but I will focus only on these. Of course, the sociological communities there were committed to different varieties of positivism than their Viennese counterparts. In Budapest, sociologists subscribed mainly to Spencerianism, while in Prague, Comtean positivism loomed large. Viennese eugenicists became household names among left-wing sociologists in Hungary. The flagship journal Husadik Század regularly published papers by and reviewed the work of Kammerer and Goldscheid. Moreover, Viennese eugenicists lectured in Budapest. Rudolf Goldscheid was invited, for example, to deliver the keynote lecture at the Jubilee session of the Society of Social Science, Társadalom Tudományi Társaság, that celebrated the decade of its existence. In his lecture, he systematically exposed the assumptions behind his eugenic blueprint of human economy. Paul Kammerer was even more sought after in Budapest than Goldscheid. He repeatedly visited the second metropolis of the empire to lecture at the Society of Social Science, and eugenics was at the core of his talks. Their arguments reverberated with local epistemic and political agendas. In epistemic terms, Hungarian sociologists were divided whether to remain committed to soft heredity that underlies Spencerian sociology. Interestingly, Kammerer's arguments appealed both to supporters of soft heredity and to hard hereditarians. The neo-Lamarckist eugenicist Zsigmond Fülöp, for example, praised Kammerer as a genial Viennese experimentalist, and he was obviously happy about his experiments about soft heredity. René Verkovich, on the other side, a supporter of hard heredity, enthusiastically reported on Kammerer's arguments about symbiosis. To the former, developmental plasticity helped tone down some implications of his selectionism. To the latter, the emphasis on symbiosis helped eliminate some of the brutal ramifications of hard heredity. In political terms, it was the collective experience of the political crisis that shattered Hungary in 1905 and 1906 that brought the sociologists in Vienna and Budapest closer. Many civic radicals, including Oskar Jász and Endre Ady, obviously none of them was a eugenicist, supported the imperial authorities against the newly elected Nationalist Independence Party, hoping that this choice would bring social and political reforms. Indeed, they increasingly perceived these nationalists as the main obstacle to social change and their main political adversary. The agenda of Viennese eugenicists overlapped with these goals. As we have seen, not only did they search for blueprints to regenerate the empire that wouldn't erase its diversity, but they also sought to dismantle the theories of national superiority. It's not surprising, therefore, that Kammerer's paper on nationalism and biology, for example, was almost immediately translated into Hungarian and published by the Husadik Század. The exchanges between eugenicists in Prague and their Viennese counterparts were even more intensive. One of the key issues for some of the key Czech eugenicists at this point was how to make eugenics compatible with Masaryk's ethics of humanity. Tellingly, one of the first texts on eugenics in Czech was written by a sociologist, and it bore the title, The Ideals of Humanity and the Degeneration of Nations. Ultimately, many of these early Czech eugenicists settled for Viennese eugenics due to its soft hereditarianism and emphasis on social reform. For example, when a eugenics association emerged in Prague, one of its leading members emphasized in his keynote speech, the quote, the idea of economizing humans was developed by philosophers such as Rudolf Goldscheidt in his book on Menscheneconomy. Inevitably, it knocks on the gates of our country, unquote. The framework combining Masaryk's ethics and Goldscheidt's concept of human economy was broad enough to integrate multiple disciplines. Crucially, apart from sociologists, the Eugenic Society also included several experimental biologists, and it was the latter group that interacted most intensively with Viennese eugenicists. Goldscheidt, Kammerer, and Tandler were some of the key references for these eugenicists. Moreover, they also ran research projects that were not dissimilar to those at the Vivarium, and they corresponded with Kammerer, exchanging their papers and research reports. Kammerer was enthusiastic about them. In the early 1920s, they even considered, they even offered a job to Kammerer and considered launching a mutual research project with Eugen Steinach, again at Vivarium. It's not surprising then that their eugenic blueprint that resulted from the negotiation with Viennese eugenics drew heavily on Goldscheidt's human economy and Kammerer's arguments about soft heredity and symbiosis. However, what they did was to transfer and in a way adapt this intellectual package by switching the focus from the urban working class to the category of the people, which was both more ethnically charged and which included both rural and urban populations. They also implied that the regeneration of these people is a particular step in the regeneration of the empire. So in a way, it helped them to locate themselves within the imperial diversity. And the histories of biosocial analytical frameworks developed by left-wing eugenicists and their allies in Vienna, Budapest, and Prague are entangled. Eugenics, as a part and parcel of these frameworks, emerged as a result of a mutually constitutive process. Eugenic knowledge circulated within the Habsburg Empire together with eugenicists themselves. Now, what does it tell us about Andreas Stampar's intellectual genealogy? This is just a brief conclusion. Željko Dugatz and Martin Kuchar elucidated Stampar's close ties to the Viennese context. Stampar was a student of Julius Tandler and Viennese eugenicist eugenics left an impression on him. In his early essays written either in Vienna or shortly after his return to Croatia, Štampar made gestures towards monism, Goldschidt's human economy, inheritance of acquired characteristics, and finally, to mutual aid. Tellingly, one of the least papers Štampar ever wrote celebrated Viennese popular science education, including those institutions that were favorized by emerging Viennese eugenicists. This was not a passive reception, of course. Almost immediately, he started retooling these ideas for a rural context. So what we see is that he wasn't an isolated figure. His intellectual genealogy was a part and parcel of a circulation of left-wing eugenic knowledge in the late Habsburg Empire, which revolved around entangled sociological communities in various centers of the empire. This has interesting implications from the perspective of post-imperial transitions. It becomes apparent that the eugenic discourses that, for example, informed some welfare policies in Red Vienna, Czechoslovak public health debates, or some projects of social medicine in Yugoslavia were, to a certain extent, reframed projects of imperial reform. A part of the expert knowledge, therefore, that fed into state building in some post-Habsburg territories had an imperial genealogy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wojciech. And now for the last paper of this panel by Paulo Henrique Rodrigues Pereira, who is a PhD candidate at the Law School of the University of Sao Paulo. Paulo, do you hear each other?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Professor. May I?
Yes, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I would like to thank you for the organizers for the seminar. I've been learning a lot in these 2 days and for the opportunity to have here. I didn't bring a presentation, not because some connection problem, because my brain is not able to show a presentation and speak English at the same time. So I just have my presentation speaking for you guys. And now we can go to then we can go to the questions. So I would like to discuss through a concrete case a little bit about the relationship between law, the idea about the legal knowledge, and its production and circulation. I'm a Brazilian researcher, and I'm currently developing my work in the United States. So I'm a researcher of African slavery in the Americas with a specific focus on Brazil. I have been particularly interested in the regime's what we call the gradual emancipation from slavery. From the end of the 18th century, a wave of laws sought to create ways to extinguish slavery in a negotiated way, finding institutional space for the realizations of these regime transitions. These are the so-called free womb laws, which operate in a simple way. The enslaved continues to be held on servitude, serving their masters until their death. However, their children were released, who would then be born free from the enactment of that laws. In reality, they are not so free. These children, the freed womb generation, need to serve their mother's masters for a few decades until they were finally able to regain their capacities for freedom. Legal modeling took place from the perspective that, although they were born free, they need to reward their mother's masters for the loss of capacity they had in managing and raising them. So they also need to make up for the costs of their years of learning, apprenticeship. So those times when they were forced to work, in general between 18 and 30 years old, were seen as being legally justified as debt repayment. So they are not slaves anymore, but they born with a debt to the mother's masters. Over the course of about a century, the freedom of the womb laws is spread across the Americas. Starting out in the north of the United States, then they moved down to Latin America and then into South America. Some countries had long resisted this type of laws. In addition to the economic, political, and social arguments used to attack such a gradual emancipation projects, the law also play an important role in this debate. This was the time of the formation of modern states in Latin America, and as incredible as it may seem today, the worst slave regimes in modern history like to see themselves as a liberal countries. The performance of the defenders of slavery, therefore, held on to a supposed natural right to property in order to attack emancipation. Knowledge of the legal tradition or legal knowledge, therefore, authorized the discourse of slavery. They said there was no legal categories that authorized this division between ownership over the mother and the child. Property is just an integrate thing. So the right to parto sector venturing, that's the Latin expression to mean the generational property of slavery, was defended as an immutable fact of the society that practiced slavery. Denying this form of property would have been to break a long chain of legal rationality established since the old times of Justinian. This sort of argument about the presence of these partos in the Western legal tradition was rarely challenged and allowed the enslaved property by birth could survive for a long time. So from the beginning of this kind of projects until the last law that was approved in Brazil in 1871, we had more than 1 century about these debates. So my research has shown, however, that's not true. The performance of the natural of legal knowledge and the conditions of the formation of its rhetoric, therefore, need to be analyzed in order to better understand these forms of its production and formation. Law is a practical reason, and as such, the production of its knowledge alters the object. As a result, performance on the knowledge of law changed its practices and also impacted the shape of institutional standards. In fact, the Romans knew the principle of parto sector venture, I will call that partos, so on. And it's true that it was applied to the enslaved people. The idea of a generational transmission of slavery to the Romans did not seem to be a problem. As you know, in general, civil qualifications in Roman law was given precisely by birth. The choice for maternal, not paternal affiliation draws attention. This is because such transmissions were made by men, the paterfamilias, in Roman society. The jurisprudence understood that in case of non-legitimate children, outside the children that was generated outside a legal marriage, the presumption about paternity could not be imposed. So only what's possible to know is who was the mother. As enslaved marriage were always illegal, this meant that legal thought came to understand that children were always illegitimate and therefore should follow the mother's condition. Marriage for the Romans was an act of will. It represented only legal capacity to decide. Not everyone had this ability. In other words, in modern perspective, not everyone was subject of the law. Therefore, not everyone could get married. It so happened that in the transition from antiquity to modernity, Christianity substantially changed the notion of marriage. As a sacrament, marriage was no longer just a legal act, but it gained a kind of salvific proportions. Like baptism, the legal practice of marriage changed and has taken on a new meaning in modern times. The slavery that was developed in America from the European expansion was essentially different than the Roman one. Initially organized by Catholic kings, transatlantic African trafficking was justified as a major process of the conversion to the Christianity. Firstly by the Catholic Church, but then also by Protestants too, who began to regulate the entry of these new Africans into Christian communities. This was a process that had already been taking place with Moors and Jews in the Iberian Peninsula and was become stronger with the new inhabitants of the America, whether indigenous or African people. With regulated marriage and Baptist children, the descendants of Africans gradually come to be recognized as members of Christianity. So the arguments for their slavery gets weaker, and this generates a lot of instability about the Parto sector venture. From the beginning of the colonization in America until practically the end of the 18th century, the slavery of children through the maternal line was the result of many debates, rejections, and attacks. The legal system, the modern legal system, had difficulty in recognizing partos as an integral part of their order. In many regimes, transmission via the father continues. As many of the children of enslaved women were also children of Europeans, whites, the disproportion between men and women in American slavery is well known. In many places, the tradition was to grant them freedom because they were children of white fathers. In other places, the very idea of a generation transmission was completely denied. The parents' sins, of course, I'm referencing the arguments of that time, brought from African barbarism were interrupted by the effect of baptism over the children. Other societies measure the amount of the blood. If there was a majority of white blood, they were released. If were the majority of African blood, they were put in slavery. Otherwise, they would find themselves enslaved in a very different types of solutions and categories. So at the end of the 18th century, the European colonial empires made a huge effort to specifically legislate on the Parto sector venture. They registered transmission via the mother, and in doing so, clarify waves of uncertainties and instabilities on the subject. This is known as the era of the Black Codes and specific legislation on slavery. So the consolidation of the Partos took place in most of the Americas only a few decades before the debate about distinction. However, the linguistic and rhetorical exercise of placing such a category as an essential one produced a lot of outputs. It also gave rise to a form of innate natural property, a right that a few decades earlier had been established during a climate of doubt and instabilities. The strategy worked, and slavery by birth lived in America until 1871. So what I mean here is that a category that was not properly finished some decades ago has changed in the rhetorical ambient, the rhetorical environment of the legal thought as a kind of natural right and a right that is a constant presence in Western traditions. In addition, it's interesting to note how a category that barely survived in the world of European categories formations, and which was practically extinct from its medieval legality, was reinvigorated in the periphery, in the American space. What was fragile and non-existent in Europe was reborn in the enterprise of American slavery. So when the jurists of 19th century slavery proclaimed that the Parto was essential to liberal European legality, they were referring to an institute that Europeans, with some exceptions like the Iberians, had practically not applied for centuries in their own territory since the Roman times. So I'm going to my conclusion. Understanding the ways in which legal knowledge is produced and why this produces demand and what is the rhetorical performance of its actors can reveal that this kind of knowledge, the legal knowledge, is formed in a complex process of transmission, of thought, but in a process of manipulation too. There's still a lot to be done in this field, and I hope that lawyers and legal researchers start to look more careful in your work, the work about trying to discover the levels of knowledge and how the knowledge is produced. It's only through an understanding of how knowledge can be produced and manipulated that the law can be better understood. In doing so, we will be able to produce a more accurate knowledge about its history and its production. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for the organizer again.
Thank you very much for the very interesting lecture and insight into modifications of legal knowledge. Now, I would propose that if anyone has questions or remarks, please feel free to join into the discussion. It seems to me that the panel was very interesting. Does anyone have anything? Well, if not, then I would like to ask a question for Martin Kuchar. It was very interesting for me to see how the two fields of science, so psychiatric science and legal discipline interact. As I understand today, this is also where Paulo's profession would come into play, if he can also give some more insight into it. For all I understand today, the medical reports in courts are taken as granted. The medical science is not questioned. For what I understood in your presentation, Martin, it was not like that. So
yes.
The medical professionals were questioned by the lawyers, and their reports were not taken as granted.
Yes, that is true. Forensic psychiatry was just starting to appear in Croatia at the time. That was one reason for that. The second reason was this rigidity of the criminal law that I stated, that either you were sane or insane. And yet, Žiračić had some cases which showed to him that the person was with less accountability, not complete unaccountability, like schizophrenia, for example, but still he thought that the man was suffering from some sort of a psychiatric disturbance. Mm-hmm. And he couldn't really make a connection between his medical knowledge and some sort of a legal decree. And that was the reason. And he tried to convince the courts to not give a life sentence, for example, for a murder. He tried to convince them, and he was basically a pioneer in this field, trying to position this his knowledge in forensic psychiatry as important for the court. To try to listen to them. But sometimes the courts basically ignored the reports by forensic psychiatrists. They received the report and they stated that they don't believe anything that is written there, and they made a decision regardless of the forensic report. So yes, you're right. It was the period when what I wanted to say was that it was the period when Lombroso and his theories were somewhat used in order to establish forensic psychiatry as a proper discipline. Yeah.
Thank you for answer. I think it really shows how the historians of science need to take into account the circulation of knowledge between the disciplines and those implications for the formations of the disciplinary fields. Thank you. Any other questions or remarks? Maybe anyone wants to join into the discussion? Well, if nobody, Vedran, please.
Yeah, I mean, I have a question/comment that just occurred to me while trying to link several of the talks in my head. I mean, since today appears to be the birthday of Charles Darwin, and then we kind of to see if we can combine several topics. Because it's Darwin's birthday today, then a small remark regarding the reception of Darwinism in different places. And Jan said that he kind of object to the steps overemphasis on the non-original science, non-original knowledge, right? That was one of your points of contention with it. which is kind of very interesting, because when you try to put things comparatively into perspective between, for instance, the Polish-speaking universities and the University of Zagreb, you will see really a very different type of reception of things such as Darwin's theory. In Croatian case, you don't see much debate about it. You see a lot of people disliking it, but how and why, that's a completely different thing. And it kind of brings me to Martin's talk. I think it just now occurred to me what possible main difference in explaining the very detailed discourse by the early eugenicists in Croatia and people debating Darwin is. It's basically, you know, their everyday knowledge. The dismissals or appraisals of Darwin's theory were very vague in Croatia, because very few people could have contributed anything to it in their daily work, whereas a larger number, I mean, 5 is a large number in Croatia of the early 20th century, a larger number of physicians could, through their daily work, form their opinions, whereas something as big as Darwin's theory appears as very vague and abstract. And then combining that to the Wojciech's talk, I know we're learned to hate the neo-Lamarckists of the early 20th century, but in the 1920s, unless you were part of a very limited group of people who worked in Morgan's fly room, who knew about chromosomes as they were being discovered, for you it really did make sense to believe to be a Lamarckist. So it's all kind of linked in the end to the very fundamental issue of practice, and whether you do something or you just think about something in semi-peripheral cases means a lot as to what type of response to a scientific question you will articulate. So this is more of a monologue than a question, but again, it did make sense to try to link several of your talks.
Hey, Jan, would
you
like
react a bit? It's just very short remark. I mean, I agree with what you said. I mean, my criticism, it's not really a criticism of STEP. It would maybe, I mean, what occurs to me is that STEP established peripheries or semi-periphery as a place in which not that much originality is happening independent of Darwinism, positivism, whatever coming from the West. I mean, the whole vocabulary that STEP used was in most cases a vocabulary of dependency. And this is like, this is basically the only criticism I have. I mean, of course, it is productive what STEP did, and the questions that were proposed by STEP are very important. But it's, I mean, STEP also like stopped working 10 years ago, more or less. So, you know, we can start thinking much above STEP. And I think like, I mean, this, I mean, I had this example of the new book of interurban knowledge exchange, in which, let's say, the idea of exchange within the region was much more emphasized than the idea of you know, being global in relation to Great Britain or whatever. So I would say that what seems to me now is important is actually to look at locality and different specialities of localities in relation to each other, and not always in relation to the epitomized West. Even on Darwin's birthday, we can, you know, talk about, you know, all the time. Thanks.
Thank you. So if there are no further questions, I propose we take a 10-minute break and meet you again at 11:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
Test.
So hello, it is 11:30. I think that we can continue with our next panel. And the first lecture of the panel is Vlasta Švoger, the principal investigator of one of the two core organizing projects, the European Origins of Modern Croatia. Vlasta, do we hear each other?
Yes, I can hear you, but I don't know if you can see my presentation. I think I must do it again. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then I can start.
Please.
More than 180 years after the first two scientific journals were published in Paris and London, the first issue of the Archiv za povijesnicu Jugoslavensku, or Archives for the History of South Slavs, the first scientific journal in Croatia, was printed in 1851. Its 12 volumes were published in the period from 1851 to 1875, mostly in Zagreb, but 2 volumes were printed in Venice. Those were illustrated volumes. Its editor-in-chief was Ivan Kukuljević-Sakcinski. The journal was dedicated to history, archaeology, and art history of territories inhabited by Croats and other South Slavic nations. The journal had a book format with approximately 300 pages. It was customary practice of the time that scientific societies published journals. So too was the first Croatian scientific journal founded and published by the Society for South Slavic History and Antiquities, in Croatian Društvo za Jugoslavensku povijesnicu i starine. The society was founded on 1st October 1850 on the initiative of Ivan Kukuljević-Sakcinski, who was in 1847 appointed land archivist by the Croatian parliament. Croatian Ban Josip Jelačić was the society's patron. Its work was financially supported by the Ban, the Croatian government, and distinguished individuals. Funding for the activities of the society and publication of the journal was also raised through annual membership fees. The Society for Slavic History and Antiquities was founded after the Ban's Council, the first de facto independent Croatian government, operating from May 1848 to June 1850, was dissolved. The council was replaced by the Ban's government that was an extended hand of the government in Vienna. In the spring of 1949, freedom of the press in the House of Monarchy and Croatia was restricted by restricted press acts, and from mid-1850s onwards, there were clear tendencies resulting in the imminent abolition of the constitution and the establishment of an absolutist system of government. Ruling Austrian circles wished to establish Austrian national history as history of the entire state and all the people under the rule of the House of Habsburg, and thus legitimize their government. Contrary to this, initiators of the Society for South Slavic History, who wanted to promote the development of Croatian history as a scholarly discipline, wanted to establish Croatian history as a national science. In other words, to establish its ideological and scientific legitimacy as part of a broader South Slavic framework. In this regard, they carried on the policy of the Croatian national revival from the first half of the 19th century. Those distinguished proponents became members of the society. The society's activities formally ceased in 1878, when the society was transformed into the Croatian Archaeological Society. The chief objective of the society, as defined in Article 1 of its rules, was to discover, study, collect, safeguard, and publish various historical sources pertaining to the history of our people, that is, of the Croatian people as part of the South Slavic people. Publishing such sources in the Society's journal, its founders wanted to lay the foundation of a critically written national history. The first issue of the journal, Archiv za povjesnicu Jugoslavensku, published a list of 26 questions directed to friends of South Slavic history and antiquities, aimed at finding, preserving, and publishing various written and material sources in the fields of archaeology, history, sacred and profane art creation, folklore, and folk customs. They requested a detailed description of an individual material or written historical source or a discovered archaeological site, as well as the information on the location, material it was made of, as well as its dimensions, author, and owner. Subsequently, the questions were supplemented and published twice more. Questions, the Society encouraged a broad action of detecting, collecting, and preserving various archaeological and epigraphic sources, in particular coins and artworks. These artifacts were handed over to the National Museum as valuable specimens of national cultural and historical heritage, to be reserved and analyzed there, and their detailed description was published by the Archiv Journal. A person who takes most credit for their study and analysis is Mijat Stabljar, a long-standing member of the management of the Society for South Slavic History and the museum manager. A large number of diversified written sources were collected. These were sources of varied provenance, written in Greek, Latin, Croatian, or other Slavic languages. Depending on the language, the sources were written in Greek and Latin alphabets, as well as in Glagolitic or Cyrillic scripts. The Archiv Journal featured scientific or scientific popular pieces of writing from a number of different humanities, such as history, archaeology, art history, ethnology, and history of Croatian literature. Printed were sources of political history, such as charters of various rulers, aristocratic families, documents pertaining to constitutional issues, sources from the history of Croatian-Slavonian military frontier, then from legal history, such as statutes of individual cities, church and cultural history, and history of Croatian literature. The printed sources had been collected during study journeys of Ivan Kukuljević and Mijat Stabljar, founded by the Society, engaging foreign archivists of the Society's own or the Society's own members to copy relevant sources in the archives of Vienna, Venice, Rome, and Naples, or to carry out research in individual city or church archives and those belonging to aristocratic families. In line with the widespread belief of time that distinguished individuals are the initiator of historical events, also upheld by Kukuljević, the journal also featured biographies of distinguished individuals from Croatian political, ecclesiastical, and cultural history. As was usual practice of scientific journals in European countries, the first Croatian scientific journal occasionally published the bibliography of newly published books important for the history of Croats and other South Slavs in varied languages. In addition, a number of geographic and historical descriptions of individual regions was published as well. The Archive Journal also contained answers to one or more of the questions printed in its very first issue pertaining to discovery and preservation of national historical and cultural heritage. These answers were written by members of the Society for South Slavic History from different parts of Croatia, as well as other South Slavic countries. They contained detailed descriptions of various remains of tangible and non-tangible heritage. This refers to archaeological findings, coins, and works of art from various periods, different forms of folk creativity, folk customs and beliefs stemming from pre-Christian and Christian periods. Most of the articles published in the Archive Journal were written by Ivan Kukuljević Sakcinski. His picture was previous in the presentation. Among other contributors of scientific papers were Franja Rački, who was the first Croatian historian by education, the aforementioned Mijat Sabljar, as well as other Croatian intellectuals of the time, such as politician and writer Ivan Mažuranić, teacher, ethnologist, and author of books for broad popular readership Mijat Stojanović, and politician Ante Starčević. They published historical sources and less frequently original scientific papers, mostly biographies of prominent individuals. Within only several years, the first Croatian scientific journal published a list of ordinary and honorary members of the Society for South Slavic History, as well as foreign scientific and expert institutions with which the Society exchanged publications. Their number increased incessantly. From its onset, the Society paid great attention to cooperation with related institutions, historical and archaeological societies, academies of science, museums, and archives in other provinces of the Habsburg monarchy, in other European countries, especially German-speaking and Scandinavian ones, as well as in Russia. Furthermore, the Society exchanged publications within the Smithsonian institutions from the USA, and since 1854, with all Croatian gymnasiums. Famous foreign historians, archivists, archaeologists, ethnologists, scientists of other professions, and writers were among the Society's honorary members, such as Josef Khmel, Václav Hanka, Pavel Josef Šafařík, František Palacki, Josef Hammer Purgstall, Ismail Sreznevsky, Robert Cyprian, and brothers Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm. They would receive copies of the Archive Journal and send their own publications to Zagreb. The journal could be purchased by members of the Society at half price, and their number was 258 in 1851 and 396 6 years later, together with 51 honorary members. The strongest groups among the Society's members were civil servants, priests, army officers, writers, physicians, merchants, and nobility, and among them were readers of the archive. The journal was also read in reading rooms in Croatia and probably by some of the members of the related institutions with which publications were exchanged. Papers were written mostly in Latin and Croatian, and thus could be read by members of the educated classes in Croatia who mastered both languages. Archive was a journal intended not just for scientists and scholars, but rather for a broader educated readership interested in Croatian or South Slavic national history and cultural heritage. Despite the fact that the journal did not strictly critically review sources and ascertain their credibility, it nevertheless assembled prominent intellectuals as well as young educated people, some of whom became professional historians. The journal gave a significant contribution to the development of historic science in Croatia and aroused interest in cultural history. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vlasta, for your insight into both production and circulation of knowledge in the field of humanities when they were forming in Croatia. Now to move on, we have the next lecture by Filip Hameršak, who is an investigator from the Croatian Bibliographic, from the Miroslav Krleža Lexicographic Institute, sorry. Filip, can we hear each other?
Okay, hello to everyone. Is the sound all right? You hear me, yes. I presume. Okay. Then I think that in the past presentations, all the main points concerning the general relationships between the circulation of knowledge, the dissemination of knowledge, and identity issues has been already mentioned. And also these concepts like nation building, state building, standardization of language, standardization of common literature, and so on has been touched on enough. Therefore, I will only present the main key points in this flow of encyclopedias and lexicons in Croatia since 19th century. Of course, if language or vocabulary type dictionaries are concerned, their tradition is much older, almost certainly to the 16th century in Croatia, and even in some cases to the 15th century. But as far as encyclopedias and lexicons, which were gaining prominence in the central states of Europe already in 18th century, in Croatia, whether we call it periphery or semi-periphery, only mid-19th century is the starting point. Now, Vlasta has already mentioned the importance of these emerging let's say, non-government organizations and societies, and also mid-19th century is also important, of course, because of the more institutionalized state-sponsored institutions like university or Croatian Yugoslav Academy. Now, I would like to share my screen with you. Okay. You see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, although the ideas of Croatian encyclopedia started already in mid-19th century, it was only in 1880s that two gymnasium or high school professors in Osijek, that is a town in eastern Croatia, decided to try to make an encyclopedia. It was therefore a completely private project, sponsored only with subscribers, and expectedly it failed after 2 volumes, reaching only letter G. It was called Hrvatska or Croatian Encyclopedia, but it was in fact a general type universal encyclopedia. And the authors are to be credited in managing to acquire several notable contributors from all parts of Croatia, Slavonia, and even Dalmatia, like perhaps the most renowned Spiridon Brusina, biologist. And politically speaking, the encyclopedia promoted the view of a triune kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia as a virtual unity. Now, that encyclopedia is in Croatian, general type. Now we have another interesting volume, but it was never published in Croatian, only in German and in Hungarian. It was part of the large series of the Österreich-Ungarische Monarchie in Wort und Bild. And as the last volume in that series in 1901 and 1902, a volume on Croatia and Slavonia was published. It is interesting that its editor was Isidor Kršnjavi, the former Croatian Minister of Culture and Education, and that he managed to promote, let's say, a Croatian interpretation of the constitutional status of Croatia and Slavonia, treating it not as a part of Hungary, but as a part of the lands of the Saint Stephen, of the crown of Saint Stephen, or in fact as an equal sister state of Hungary, which was also promoted with this initial picture. Kršnjavi managed to let some of the most prominent Croatian artists and scholars to speak in this volume, and his views on the medieval Croatian history, on the free election of Habsburg dynasty were also present in this volume. However, because this volume was never printed in Croatian and it was after all legitimistic pertaining to the Habsburg dynasty, after 1918 it was thrown practically into oblivion. Now we come to the late 19th century. There was a strong pedagogical society in Croatia, and it started a multi-volume project of Encyclopedia of Pedagogy, which was very wide, concerning not only social sciences and humanities, but also natural sciences. And you can see even the notions like evolution were treated here. And of course, it was at that time part of wider social struggles on the character of education, whether it should be, how would a secularized education be connected to other religious issues. This encyclopedia managed to get to letter P, and was the work was abolished during the World War. Perhaps as a response to it, before the First World War, there were also plans to start a Croatian Catholic encyclopedia, but they were never realized. After the Yugoslav unification, we have first national encyclopedia, national type encyclopedia that was finished, 4 volumes of it during 1920s. It was a Zagreb-based project led by a joint stock company with allegedly more than 10,000 subscribers. But the editor-in-chief was a renowned Serbian historian from Belgrade. This encyclopedia is interesting concerning that some of the controversial themes were very rather objectively treated, but also it was controversial for the part of the Croatian intellectuals, should they participate at all. So many of the themes, after all, were not treated, or were treated only from the Serbian point of view, or even left to be treated in the supplement, which was never started. Also, the work was rather hurried and hectic, and you can see here that the same person was treated in 2 different volumes. The first biographical dictionaries in Croatian are the first modern dictionaries are the ones already in mid-19th century by Šime Ljubić and Ivan Kukuljević, and this is the late 19th century edition on the left, and the most encompassing edition of 1925. There was, of course, some questions how to include Bosnian history and Bosnian Muslims in the Croatian corpus, because at the time Croatian national identity was more prominent among Bosnian Muslims than today. However, first 1 volume general type lexicon was printed in mid-1930s in Zagreb, and at that time it was a completely separate project from the Serbian first general type lexicon that was printed practically the same year in Belgrade. Now, Mate Ujević in the late 1930s was the real promoter of the first serious general type encyclopedia in Croatia. However, this started as a private enterprise, was soon appropriated by the newly established Banovina Hrvatska, and then by the Croatian Bibliographic Institute that was like a state enterprise of the independent state of Croatia. However, in spite of this ideological context, this encyclopedia managed to stay out of politics for most of the text, and even it included some kind of criticism towards the authoritarian state theories, and in fact promoted not only objective approach to people like Winston Churchill, but also some general treatises on the rule of law and constitutionalism. It also promoted a kind of sea orientation of Croatia, which was then its coastal part was then occupied by Italy. At the same time, a national type encyclopedia, which was started earlier in Matrix Croatia, was printed, but it was printed not by Matrix Croatia, but by the Ustasha organization headquarters, and therefore it had a more more ideological bias concerning the contemporary history was much more present, but as a whole, this edition also contained valuable information. However, all these projects were stopped in 1945 with the communist takeover of government, and it was only in 1950 that the new Lexicographic Institute in Zagreb was founded. Its head was Miroslav Krleža, a renowned Croatian writer, and this aforementioned Ujević was his deputy. And this, of course, the institute was had to work in the society ruled by the Communist Party. Krleža himself was an organized communist, but the outcome, the output of the institute was Marxist in some fields, social sciences for the most, and also in some humanities. But as a whole, the outcome was very contributing to the general standard of knowledge. And in fact, many of the intellectual non-communist, non-Marxist intellectuals continued to write for these editions. Perhaps the most interesting project was the Encyclopedia of Yugoslavia, because it was very complex and reflected all the structure of republics and autonomous provinces, and in fact was the internal divisions reflected all the divisions in the Yugoslav society at that time. I see that my time is up. There were also two editions in early 1890s that were criticized for the most part concerning questions of Croatian national identity. But I hope that some other time I will be able to explain it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also hope to hear more at another point on development of encyclopedic knowledge in Croatia. Thank you. And now we, according to schedule, we would skip to colleague Željko Oset, who unfortunately for unexpected obligations he had to attend to, had to excuse himself from his lecture. And therefore we will skip to the next lecture by Marina Proteka-Štimec. Do we hear each other? Marina? Okay, seems that she's not here at the moment.
I will call her.
Please, Vlasta, if you could do so.
What?
Hi.
Hey, Bob. Hello. I'm sorry for waiting. I was 5 minutes away from the screen, and I didn't know that the previous talk won't come. So I can start now.
Yes, please. It's okay. You can give your lecture now.
Okay. Thank you. I will share a screen. Just a second. So my theme is considering a concept of authorship at the turn of 20th century, especially considering two figures of authorship, genius and bohemian. At first, I will give just a few remarks considering authorship as a historical phenomena throughout cultural and literary history. The phenomena that maintains its original meaning of an originator, creator, or authority approving of something, or something what was made or written. In some languages, we can see that there is a clear difference between author in broader sense of word, such as the German Urheber, and the literary author, who is a writer, écrivain, schriftsteller, scrittore, pisatelj, etc., author. What is my principal interest in this paper is to determine moments in history where this crucial change has made, and that is late 19th and early 20th century. Earlier in history, in the Roman period, the writer was only a scribe, and then following Greek name poeta, meaning maker, creator, in artistic sense of at first, but the sense that is already charged with religious undertone. The idea of sanctified author is captured in the notion of poeta vatis, or a herald of prophecy encountered in Roman divination practice. He is a seer who has privileged access to truth and gods by way of their and muses' inspiration. As an author, he is described as someone possessing auctoritas, watching for the truth of an object, a person that sanctions, approves, and authenticates. However, in these earlier periods, this kind of authentication or minimum guarantee of truth was, according to Foucault, usual in natural sciences, but not in literature. This completely changed in modern episteme, as he calls it. In this quote here, we can see that this change took time in 17,000. This complete change of authentication in literary field occurred with modernist, for him, humanist episteme, which also changed their understanding of creativity and individuality, and connected authorship with subjectivity. In the Romanticism, we can see that this form is considered the main form that is considered to be a genuine art is poetry, and the true poet was understood to be a genius or sage. This genius discourse spread in Europe around 18th 1000. This genius, usually imagined in masculine form as a father or divine creator who creates his work of art not by imitation, but rather emulation. According to Kant, the genius is exemplary originality of natural endowments of an individual in the free employment of his cognitive faculties. Like forces of nature, he creates from within self, not by following rules of aesthetic, but rather making them for the others. This author genius meditates between celestial and human area, similar to the Roman period, but with some other notes like national representativity, etc. And he is also encouraging other geniuses to create exceptional work of art. Here at this picture, we can see Vlaho Bukovec's canvas from late 18th century. At this picture, we are seeing representing Croatian, you can see first Croatian canon as author Ivan Gundulić. That was author for all the times from history, canonized as a national poet, imagined as a representative national writer whose work was discovered from the ashes of history, and whose work and whose personality is symbolized in a new perspective for the young rising nation that is emancipatory for its historical root. Here we can see him enthroned as a people's king poet, as he is presented by Bukovec. He is called in writings of that time as a classical writer, Illyrian, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. He is the one who demonstrates the greatness and eternity of human spirit overcoming ages. The whole process of his canonization and collective identification with his work and his person throughout the 19th century follows a recognizable pattern of creating an empowering, usable past, as Smith calls it. The past that gathers precious symbolic value imagined as a development following a linear progressive historical line. Great authors at that time was presented as a valuable part of glorious past, which altogether has to be present in a concrete everyday life through different symbolic practices, beliefs and emotions created that creates a politics of remembering. That politics of remembering is always bodily perceived and absorbed. Similar to that, authorship, be historical or that contemporary of that time, closely relates authors' lives to their work, making them closely connected, perceived, and valued. And that is what is new in the 19th century. The author as discursive function of the text, so should be here, as Svetlana Boym already mentioned, analyzed in neutral relationship with his social and cultural production. Authorship, therefore, relies on textual, bodily, integrated practices that are produced and received as a part of a broader dynamic in the field of culture, as Bourdieu showed. Romanticism, as Bohm suggests, starts with a consciousness work of self-stylation, cultivating a limited repertoire of stock characters from Byronesque to a melancholic sensitive man, and also create new iconography, a new repertoire of images that connect life and art explicitly. And we can see that in Friedrich Schiller's Aesthetic Letters, and also in Schlegel's work, especially in this quote from from his Athenaeum fragment. What is point of that quote, and or what I already mentioned, is that Romanticism closely connects our author's life, his representativity, and his representativity of his work. In Croatian but at the late of 19th century, in Croatian and other literatures even earlier, we can see that this kind of representativeness is losing its age, and in Croatian literature we can see different types of changing this. I have a few examples, but I will not go further here because lacking of time. But one of them is Kranjčević's poem Moses, that depicts biblical prophet who becomes victim of his own beliefs and clashes with the low-minded masses that fail to understand him. The rise of masses, capitalism, technological shift changed the situation. So we have here that this development of technology and the rise of masses create something that is something that permanently affected figure of author also. As Svetlana Bojan shows, this development lead to the situation that poets became an almost anachronic figure, an alienated martyr of writing, and a political dandy or an antisocial bohem. So that figure of bohem is what's my point here today. That figure of bohem and imagination of Bohemia as some imagined land show that in this time we can see that something what Romanticism did, modernism and avant-garde change further. Bohemian also merge life and art, like we can see, we saw earlier. But we had now authors lose their ability or wish to speak from imagined top or center of community. Economically deprived, they also ceased to advocate universal or eternal truths. So unlike the poet of artists or national bard, the modern author is on his way to become outcast, poet maudit, like Baudelaire, Verlaine, Mallarmé, searching for his authentic artistic existence. Authenticity and modernity is something what is what are keywords for this new type of author. In Croatian literature, we can see it in two examples today. One is Antun Gustav Matoš, and younger, the other, Augustin Ulević, later called Tin. They are differing from acting and writing in public and in front of official politics and declared social values. They, both of them, present themselves as individuals. Both also are recognized as an inventory of cafes and loud bohemian groups. Their public appearance was subversive, at least on three levels. First is political. Matoš was a deserter from army and fugitive. Ulević was a member and collaborator of young national movements that had some real political acts. One of them is mentioned earlier today, Luka Jukić. Several times Ulević for that was in jail. Social, Matoš and his disciples, Ulević himself and with his fellow artists, were loud and seen at cafes, at street, and they also disturbed and scandalized citizens. which also scandalized in Belgrade Yugoslav royal family, so they deported him from Belgrade because of that. And third element of the subversion is the most precious one is aesthetic. And that means they took formal and thematic changes in their work, and they made explicit statements in their work about heritage, norms, and goals in culture and literature. Both of them, especially Urić, who was known in public as King of Bohemians, considered Bohemia as a common social phenomena. Urić also stressed its economical background, referring to its political potential for reframing the prevailing trend of technologization and mercantilization of art. Both of them spent years of their youth living in Bohemia, Paris. Matouš said that he was happier as a hungry man in Paris than with full belly in Zagreb. Urić said that he felt at home in Paris as if he was born there. For Matouš, Bohemia is a worldwide phenomenon, a part of Western cultural history. In Croatia, the history of Bohemia, says Matouš, is a history of our literature. For Urić, Bohemians are no social class because they are declassified. They are spiritual avant-garde and workers who treat substance, koji tretiraju materiju, he says, data, experience, and knowledge. Explaining that, he clearly points false Bohemians, lazy individuals, copycats, and parasites on the body of common economy, as he says, distinguishing them from real workers who are engaged and agile in arts and literature. So their work is a mode of resistance. It is defense in the spirit and its protection from industrialization and commodity fetishism. So I will here stop. My conclusion goes further, putting together their work and their public appearance, following 3 levels of authorship that is mutually connected in their art. That is a level that we can see it interpreting their works and seeing them as a cultural phenomena that is already made by themselves also and by the cultural field of that time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marina. I will now open the board for discussion. So is there anyone who would like to pose a question or comment? Well, if not, I would just like to ask Filip Hameršak about that album of Croats, album Zaslužnih Hrvata.
Of the 19th century, or?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Just the editors in chief or the editor in chief. Who were they? Just to see the way they thought about who was the one to get into the album itself.
Okay, so it was in fact a work by a single man, newspaper man and publicist Milan Grlović, who of course started the work on such biographical portraits years ago before publishing. And he was a very good stylist, and I think he managed to give a wide overview of these biographies. And he was, in fact, even to he was. Of course, there were errors, but this is the late 19th century, and he was out of means of research we have today. But he managed to present this complex picture of Croatian political life in 19th century rather neutrally and interesting. So perhaps the model for this thesis is if we compare the biographies of Bishop Strossmayer and politician Ante Starčević. We can see there that Grlović managed to present both these persons without bias and in fact in a synthetic manner. Also, he managed to treat equally the Eugen Kvaternik, who was in fact shot as a rebel against Habsburg authorities 20 years before. So it was clearly possibly a very hot team, but he managed to give the biography of Kvaternik, which is even for today's standard rather satisfying. I mean, if we compare that standard to some other encyclopedias during 20th century, when the censorship and influence of state and ideology was higher, then we can say that perhaps this was the last time there were free public independent public in Croatia that could write critically, but not to find a right mode between romanticism and criticism, and made a model text without. I don't. It is interesting how Grlović managed to escape from possible controversies. Mm-hmm. And in fact give a satisfying overview. He even managed to find some women, although it is the title is Croatians, but also some Croatian notable women were in there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a question from Veronica Novoselac, who is unfortunately unable to get involved into the conversation, but I will read out loud what she has a question for Professor Švogar. So I'll read it out loud so you don't have to read it all. So here comes. Today, the media representation of science in Croatian daily newspapers over the years suggests that science, the work of scientists, new research and discoveries still have a lower social value and media importance. In addition to scientific journals and newspapers, other sources of information of semi-scientific nature are also mentioned. Did the archive, like others of the first scientific journals, contain data on agriculture and animal husbandry, parts of popular almanacs or calendars, or some news of the achievement of other European scientists at the time? Also, was the archive just the Journal d'Escalance in Paris in 1665, a model and impetus for other journals of this type in the Balkan Peninsula? Thank you, and all praise to all at the very interesting and instructive presentations. So, Vlasta, can you address this question?
Yes, I will answer. First of all, I can say that the archive did not contain data on agriculture and animal husbandry or some sort of popular almanacs or calendars, because this was the journal. This was dedicated to history, art history, popular culture, folklore, and beliefs. In some part of in the main questions and answers on that questions that was printed in the first issue, some authors did mention some costumes related to agriculture, related to some specific data, but that's all. On the second question, was the archive a model for other journals of this type at the Balkan Peninsula? I can't answer because I haven't researched that journals. So I can say only that this Croatian, the first Croatian article, they published, in the question was that if there was some news of the achievements to other European scientists at the time, that is partly, that this question can be partly answered by yes, but only if this achievements was related to the history of Croatian or other South Slavic people. And that is in the mentioned bibliography. This was published not in some issues, not in everyone. And in this bibliography, there were mentioned also works of foreign historian, archaeologists, and ethnologists, and archivists. If they write something about Croatian or history of South Slavic, of other South Slavs.
Thank you, Vlasta. Any further remarks, perhaps? Someone wants to join the discussion? If not, then we are actually half an hour early due to the one skip presentation. Oh, and Marina. Okay, first Philip, I think.
Okay, thank you. Well, perhaps this is not a question, just a constatation regarding the presentations of Vlasta and Marina. It is interesting for me to note like these early pioneers where they had a sense of mission, like Kukuljević and Rački, perhaps similar to that, I mean, not similar, parallel to the notion of the author as a genius, as a person delegated by community or by some even higher force to improve that community. And it is also a mentality that was among encyclopedians present even in the mid-20th century, if we see Krleža or Mate Ujević. But of course, in all the fields, this notion that this is just a job is nowadays more wider, more prominent than before. So it would be interesting to think about the reasons for this process, from genius to professional, or from genius even to bohemian. Is it characteristics of the old of all the fields of the, let's say, Western civilizations, of only or not? I mean, if we see literature, well, Bohemians are most we think primarily about poets. We don't think about novelists. I mean, Thomas Mann or Aldous Huxley are not Bohemians. They are perhaps more. They have stayed closer to the notion of genius. Even Krleža, although his life was to a degree, would be at least for the first half of his life called bohemian, was also in fact a more ambitious writer also close to that notion of a chronicist of a society. And even today, if we see the treatment of literature in media, some of the writers, even poets, and even the Bohemians are asked to comment on the social and political affairs as if they're a kind of prophets. I mean, this type of public intellectual is not reserved only for people that are educated in at least some field close to this, but also to these Bohemian writers.
Okay, then I can shortly answer. The several remarks that Philip mentioned, they're all interesting for me. There wasn't any question, real question.
No.
Okay. Well, there, as Ujević said, true and false Bohemia. He was very dedicated to his something that he called pure art, and he connected pure art with real Bohemia as a defense of that spirit and art, and protection from industry, mass community. What he said, he really used Marx sentences about commodity fetishism, and he really wrote texts about economy. Now, a popular picture of Ujević is not a universal man as Krleža, for example, but he was really a universal man, meaning his education, his interests, translations, his texts, and his research in different area of, I would say, the humanities. So I think Bohemia become some kind of picture of author that survived years and become something as a popular icon without any real subject in it. Like it's only Potemkin village without anything clear about it in our time. Earlier, we can talk about it differently. And I will also say about this earlier periods. What was theme of Vlasta's paper. There are also different kind of authors in that time who participated in something what was of national value, but they in the 19th century they really put on the throne people who were who tried to write. They didn't all participate in some pure art, as Ujević would call it, but it was something that was appreciated mostly, especially poetry. Poetry was the highest of all genres, literary genres of that time. I would also appreciate what that Vlasta took archive and this theme for her paper. I think it's really important to see that 19th century gave us really huge material in magazines and in periodicals. For me, it was revealing reading different literary magazines of that time, and I would refer to that question that we have here. we have in Croatian literature, I think you know, you are familiar with that. We have journals as Zora, Dalmatinska Dawn, Dalmatian Dawn, Danica, and some other popular journals that had different kind of data of agriculture and all these that we have in this question, all this area considering household. And this type of writing that mix different sorts of human area, economics and literature and history, and some kind of jokes or material for fun are common to journals at half or around half of 19th century, and later when we have archive, we have also that is specialized for history and have scientific methods in it. We have also real cultural and literary magazine Vienets, who clearly distinguish literature from history, literature from economics and other types of humanistics, I would say. So I would really say that at the end of 19th century, we have different fields of humanities clearly distinct in periodicals. We can see that history is making its own field, literature is making its own field. We also can see that some of ethnology or other disciplines that will come here also have its own special area of making itself special field. It's not a question again, but only maybe answer to that question that was written earlier.
Can I add something? The first journal, or better say newspaper, in the Croatian history of newspapers, which was addressed to common people or to peasants, was Prijatelj Puka. This was the newspaper which was published in revolutionary year 1848 as a special part of journal Slavenski Jug, and this Prijatelj Puka, also friend of the people of the folk, was dedicated to the peasants, and it was in this journal or in this newspaper. The authors were trying to explain not only agriculture question or question related to animal husbandry or something else, but also the actual political questions to illiterate people of Croatia. But this newspaper was not successful, and it was printed only for 4 months in 1848. And later, the journal, which was dedicated to problems of agriculture and similar, was Gospodarski List, economic newspaper, which was published by Croatian Hrvatsko gospodarsko društvo, Croatian Economical Society, which was founded in 1841. Philip has a question.
Yes, most these magazines and newspapers were for the most part privately financed. They had subscribers, and they didn't receive any dotation from the state authorities. How about the archive? Was it the same, or did the Historian Society had some dotations from the state?
At first, the society became dotations from the state. The fact is that the Croatian government, the first independent Croatian government, Banff Council, dedicated 500 florins to the society, meaning to publish the archive, that means the journal of the society. But later, that was not the case so much, so that the journal was founded by the membership fees or by foundations of some individuals, intellectuals or nobility, or, for example, merchants or so on.
Okay, it was, I said that Mate Vujović's Croatian encyclopedia was subsidized by Banovina Hrvatska, but only a small amount of money was subsidized directly. There was another way. All the state employees were given a kind of circular note that every conscious employee should be a subscriber of Croatian Encyclopedia. So that was a kind of state subsidized promotion of encyclopedics.
Okay, Marina, did you address the question you had previously? I think you raised your hand previously before Philip posed the question. Would you like to address that now?
That was my answer to written question and a comment to Philip's remarks about Vlasta in my paper.
Okay, so that was addressed. Are there any other remarks, comments, questions? Well, if not, then we are spot on time. If we had the missed lecture, we will not move the pause any further, any sooner. So the sixth panel will start at 2 p.m. So take your break, enjoy it, and I will see you in an hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, seems to me that we're all here. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes till 2 o'clock, and then we will start. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We're moving on to the last panel of our conference, which is the chronologically most recent, and the first lecture for the last panel is Adela Hintsu from New Europe College in Bucharest. Adela, can we hear each other?
Yes, I can hear you.
So please continue with your paper.
Thank you. I will share my screen because I have prepared a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Just a second. Right. Here it goes. So good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for having me today to present my research and also to be part of the conversation. My talk today draws on the research I conducted for my dissertation that I defended at Central European University. But like Jan in the first session of the day, my interest is more theoretical and methodological, in the hope that other researchers working on the semi-peripheries and from the semi-peripheries might relate to some of the issues that I have encountered in my own work. So in the first part of the presentation, I would like to briefly review the kind of theoretical frameworks in which intellectual autonomy seems to be central in accounts of intellectual production under state socialism. Then I would like to discuss a mixed methodological approach that I employed in my research that mixes institutional, intellectual, history of science, and also oral history. And I would like to do this not just to discuss the different, the positives and the negatives of each of these methodological approaches, but also in order to argue that different methodologies are not just personal choices of researchers, but they are made inevitable by the research conditions on the ground, which vary from country to country. And then in the last part of my presentation, I will give some examples from my work on sociological knowledge production in state socialist Romania after 1966. On to the theoretical frameworks, I begin with the totalitarian theory, and here, in order to illustrate the totalitarian theory, I chose an unusual book. This is the Bauer, Inkeles, and Klukenhorn, How the Soviet System Works, from 1956. I chose this book and not another, just to remind us that the totalitarian approach in Soviet studies, even as early as the mid-1950s, was much more complex than it is often caricaturized later on. So, for example, How the Soviet System Works is based on over 1,000 in-depth interviews that were conducted with Soviet emigres in Germany and the US from the early 1950s. And the project, concerned as it was with the workings of the Soviet system, was also, as the documentation around it shows, very much mired with epistemic anxieties about how data is collected, classified, and interpreted, and also with the problems of interviewing and the life stories. So not that unlike the problems of oral historians today. On the topic of the intelligentsia, the book had to say that the regime, while encouraging the intelligentsia to take initiative, to be bold, and be at the same time was concerned with keeping a close control over the actions of the intellectuals and artists and intellectuals in particular. So the generators of new ideas were considered extremely risky for both individual and for the state in a totalitarian system. So here is, in a way, the classical distinction between intellectual autonomy and censorship and repression. But I would like again to remind us, revisionists and post-revisionists, that the totalitarian approach also accommodated the existence of a continuum on which different cases from collaboration to dissent fall, and that it very much was able to accommodate individual stories or life stories. The second approach is the anthropological theory of the late 1980s and early 1990s. This comes from the work of foreign, mostly American anthropologists who traveled to the so-called Eastern Bloc. And I give here the example of Catherine Verdery and National Ideology Under Socialism, not just because it's on the case of Romania, but because it is possibly the most iconic anthropological work on cultural production under state socialism. So what is specific to this kind of theorizing that builds on the one hand on local Marxist indigenous theories, and on the other hand on the Bourdieu theory of or notions of cultural and symbolic capital. What is specific to this form of theorizing is that it looks at the structural constraints in which actors produced knowledge, on which they competed over knowledge under condition of shortage economy. But on the other hand, it argues that the competition was there and was structural, regardless of whether the actors themselves believed that they are autonomous or not. So actors reproduce the system of domination regardless of their own perception of their own actions. And the third, so here is a quote, and the third and final theory that I would like to invoke very briefly, because I assume this is the most well-known among historians of state socialism, that is the post-revisionist theory. Here is Stephen Kotkin's Magnetic Mountain and the by now very well-known theory that Stalinism was not just a project of state building by means of destruction of society, but also a civilizational project, in the sense that it created, along with the state, a new society, and that it was not just intellectuals, but all social actors that learned to speak Bolshevik and to advance their own goals in this discourse broadly construed. Importantly, post-revisionism and especially the subjective turn also problematized the source base of pre-existing scholarship on state socialism, that is the archives, by arguing that archives are created in conversation with the constructivist agenda of Soviet power. And in many cases, the intellectual categories of the Soviet state become the organizing categories of the archives themselves. So this is this has been a very important insight for all subsequent research on state socialist knowledge production. So very briefly, my argument here would be that both the anthropological theories and the post-revisionist theories share a certain dialectical sensitivity in their approach to state socialism. That is, they integrate the dichotomies assumed in the simplified version of the totalitarian theory, like state and society, collaboration and resistance, or autonomy and subservience. But Now, moving to my methodological discussion, I would like to ask if a mixed methodological approach that accounts for institutions, for epistemology, for individual experience can move us theoretically beyond not just the dichotomic model of the totalitarian theory, but also the dialectical model of the anthropological and post-revisionist theory. And I would like to argue that one way to do this is to historicize analytical concepts that we use, such as autonomy, but also other central concepts of the historiography of state socialism. So this is a very busy slide, but I will go through it very fast. It is basically a summary of these three main methodological approaches that one can identify in the study of intellectual production under state socialism and the drawbacks of each. What I would like to particularly draw attention to is that each of these approaches stems, again, not just from the individual preferences of researchers and not just from their theoretical propensities, but also from the realities of the researching on the ground. So they stem from the absence or presence of certain archives, from the absence or presence of sources, from the willingness or unwillingness of actors to discuss in oral history interviews. So institutional history, and I include the state as an institution, ranges from the very broadest studies of state policies to micro-histories of localized arrangements at the level of institutions. Here the focus is on the structural opportunities and constraints in which actors did their intellectual work. And it is usually based on archival sources, which are, however, overwhelmingly biased towards the top-down approach and towards cases of dissent. This, for instance, is compounded in the case of Romania by the fact that the most easily accessible archives are the archives of the Central Committee of the Romanian Communist Party and the archive of the secret police. So this is a situation in which even the most painstaking work of reconstruction of the bureaucratic processes behind knowledge production reproduces this bias, this top-down bias, and also this bias for bureaucratically processing cases that deviate from the norm, so cases of dissent. In the case of intellectual history and the history of science, here the focus is on reconstructing the epistemic assumptions historically on their own terms. The focus is on discourse, on habitus, on practices of knowledge production, and the sources are abundant. My point here is that even though there has been a tremendous amount of research on cases of censorship or unpublished texts, the so-called shelf literature, actually the problem of intellectual history is not with the texts that were not published, but with the huge material of works that were published. Here other issues of intellectual history that I would like to just mention is that these sources tend to be self-referential, and also they tend to require knowledge or literacy in complex languages. For instance, in my case, in Marxism-Leninism, which is an intellectual language that many have lost proficiency in and which is very difficult to reconstruct. On the issue of oral history and life stories, these offer direct accounts of the experience of the participant themselves in their own words. But as we know, oral history is mired with many methodological issues. For instance, it's very dependent on the context of the interview and on the relationship between the interviewee and the interviewer. So there has been a lot of discussion about these problems, and one solution has been to think of oral history as giving access, as James Mark argued among others, to the range of acceptable stories that individuals had at the moment of the interview, rather than like on validating the content itself. So oral history as a way to discuss memory politics and the general context at the time of the production of these life stories. Now, moving to the case study of the new sociologists, these are the sociologists that were trained in state socialist Romania beginning in 1966, when a new department for sociology was established at the University of Bucharest. So what I see by looking at almost 50 oral history interviews with sociologists trained at that time is that their career paths, so their institutional context, their training or their epistemic context, and their and the way that they discuss autonomy, intellectual autonomy in oral history interviews are tied together. So, for instance, the first cohorts of sociologists that were trained from 1966 mostly ended up working in research and in higher education after graduation. They were trained in a mix of Marxist sociology, American structural functionalism, and they especially remembered experience of field research on in these big research projects that were carried out at the time on industrialization and urbanization. The second group of cohorts of sociologists were trained in a different epistemic context when the focus in sociology was mostly on quantitative methods and on the connections between sociology and scientific management or cybernetics, and the role of sociology in planning and in rationalizing centralized planning. These were also students that were coming with a different intellectual background into sociology. They were interested in the social movements going on in the West, in the students' protests in Paris, in the new left. And they ended up, because of the switch in epistemic context of the discipline, they ended up in local public institutions, such as factory, personnel offices, or labor offices, where they were slowly disillusioned. The last cohorts that graduated after 1977 did not graduate as sociologists at all. So what happened is that the department was disbanded, so they ended up working as professors of philosophy or of history in high schools in the provinces. So given these different institutional and epistemic contexts, these different cohorts of sociologists discuss self-thematize in different terms. The first cohorts are the ones most likely to discuss their career paths in terms of science versus ideology, or scientific autonomy versus political dependence. They discuss very often the unfulfilled promises of sociology. For instance, here, one sociologist says that the topics were failed from the beginning, that they were false, that they were practicing as if on a plane that was never going to fly and just saw the control panel. Another sociologist from this cohort was particularly interested in discussing the discrepancy between what they had seen in the field and the shiny packaging, the ideological infusion, the overflowing optimism in which the information was delivered in the published report. So for this cohort, indeed, the distinction was between science and ideology, and they discuss also at length issues of political compromises or how they were choosing their topic so that it offered them the most possible autonomy. For the second cohort of sociologists, the distinction was more between theory and methodology, but not in the way it is then in the post-socialist period, again believed to signify ideology and science. For instance, one former student says that the faculty of sociology was an ideological faculty, but by this he did not mean that sociology was non-ideological, but that the faculty was dogmatic rather than revisionist. And then another graduate says that he was more interested in measuring than the philosophy of measuring, which can be taken as a statement about empirical sociology. On the other hand, he was tortured by the problems of Marxist theory and its conceptual apparatus. So again, like what we can see from this is that theory and methodology, or empirical science and ideology, were not dichotomical in the sense that it was then portrayed in the post-socialist period. And finally, the last cohorts of sociologists who have a lot of remorse about how their careers end up, talk about their positions in high schools as a thing so inelegant it still haunts me today, or a period of penitence. And for them, the distinction is not between ideology and science, but between sociology and non-sociology. They discuss at length the kind of what they had to do to keep interest in their intellectual intellectual topics that they had studied during the university, either by becoming literary critics or journalists or and so on. So my point here is that by looking at the institutional context, together with the epistemic context and with oral history interviews, we get a better picture of how these intertwined. And so on the issue of autonomy specifically, whereas this was central to theories of intellectual production under state socialism, different methodologies can show different methodologies that actually are dependent on the different research reality, the real existing realities of archival and historical research. So different methodologies together with different theories can produce new theorizing on knowledge production under state socialism. That includes both issues of agency that were missing from the anthropological theories and from the post-revisionist theories, and issues of structural constraints that were so central to the totalitarian theory, and which actually are the most easily accessible through the archives that are now available to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Adela, for this insightful lecture on sociological thought. And now to move on, we have Anna Antic from University of Copenhagen. Anna, can we hear each other?
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
If I can. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, can see? Okay. Let me just... Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to talk to look at this event, and I'll talk about the project I've been working on for a few months now. Well, more than that, but officially a few months, which actually focuses on the history of transcultural psychiatry as a relatively new discipline, which appears in a new guise in the mid-20th century. So after the end of the Second World War and during decolonization in particular, and is directly in a direct dialogue with the processes of decolonization, a discipline which very much sits at the intersection between psychiatry, psychology, and anthropology in particular at this time, and which develops, as I said, as a sort of response, firstly from the Western centers of knowledge production, and then kind of spreads across the globe as a response to these pressures, political and social pressures of decolonization. And my argument in this project is that transcultural psychiatry is in fact an attempt at first by these Western practitioners to reconsider their own discipline and its role, its historical role in supporting the structures and institutions of colonialism, right, and colonial oppression. But at the same time, it is a really important field of research, precisely because its core aim is to involve practitioners, experts, but also patients, right, from other parts of the world outside these Western centers of knowledge production. And the point of transcultural psychiatry as a discipline was to provide a new platform for a more inclusive communication between Western and non-Western, for lack of better expression, experts, and also systems of knowledge and systems of understandings of mental illness and mental healing, right? And so what really interests me in this development in this history is in fact how that communication between this very new communication between these different experts and different systems of knowledge developed, and to what extent what was the role of these experts from both the global south and then the second world, right, Eastern Europe and socialist world. What was their role in redefining this new global discipline of transcultural psychiatry, and to what extent was transcultural psychiatry successful in removing itself from these erstwhile colonial conceptual frameworks? It wasn't very successful, just to say that in the beginning. But I do focus on the role of people who were not experts, who were not coming from these traditional Western centers, and I explore how they grappled with these lingering colonial influences. And so this is just a quote, talk about utopian psychiatry. So this is what they were trying to do in mid-20th century. Believed that because they had the knowledge of the force of human nature, psychiatrists, right, that entitles them to take large part in studying and helping people who are not suffering from any mental disease, as well as in advising on human relations between people and even between communities and nations, right? And so psychiatry at this time, as it attempts to decolonize, kind of sets itself up as a really important facilitator of cross-cultural dialogue, and also a really important actor in understanding, really important actor in a kind of reconstruction, post-war reconstruction, in kind of understanding the basic psychological mechanism which will help us prevent future war and violence. And precisely because of that, transcultural psychiatry in its moment of decolonization really adopts universalism. This historians have called ideological universalism as its main paradigm, right? So while colonial psychiatry focuses, well, it's a complicated story, but traditional colonial ethnopsychiatry focused mostly on cultural differences and ordered them in a hierarchical way, right? Universalism is at this moment could also kind of function as a tool of anti-colonialism, as a rather progressive and a liberal paradigm, which reestablishes this kind of this unity, this common humanity and cultural and biological unity of humankind, right? And so this is how this universalist psychiatry in the mid-20th century becomes a place where the very boundaries of humanity become redrawn and extended to include ever larger number of communities, human communities. And so here's some examples. This is all coming from the Western psychiatrists. What do they say when they talk about the kind of the role between the human mind and cultural difference, right? They say, this John Rees, this head of the Tavistock Clinic, he says, I have visited many countries in the world, and I believe there are I don't believe that there are fundamental differences or basic differences, right? Between anything I had in Africa and things you find in other countries. Africa's not a country, but I'm not sure if he's aware, except naturally in the cultural determinants, right? And so there is this kind of this almost sort of dismissal of cultural difference as just a veneer that falls off if you look closely enough. Same here. I think Ari Kiev, who's from New York, says similar things. Mental illness is manifested in certain basic structural mechanisms and processes in the different clinical syndromes, providing a substratum on top of which different cultures impose differences in context. So in that sense, cultures, as I said, are just a kind of an outer layer where there is a basic similarity and a basic sameness of the core of illness, but also of the core of the mind. So there's this kind of universal global psyche, and everything else is comparable. And so this is a setting which allows, ideally, for these kind of utopian interventions and a much more egalitarian communication between East and West. Of course, between West and, well, between global North and global South, I guess. So between different these communities. However, and this is one of the studies that's really representative of this new way of thinking, the WHO-funded IPSS, which included 9 different research centers in the world. US and UK, but also the Soviet Union, and then Nigeria and Colombia, Taiwan, India, right? So there's this kind of global scope. They try to understand whether schizophrenia can actually be diagnosed in a is kind of whether it's a universal diagnosis and whether it can be diagnosed with a universal standardized research instruments. And so this is also an example of that kind of new universalism, but also new optimism that now there can be, just by this point, so very, very soon after this kind of very problematic hierarchical racist colonial psychiatric theorizing, now we have a situation in which colleagues from Nigeria and Colombia and India are kind of part on the same footing, a part of the same project as colleagues from the UK and the US and Denmark, etc. So in that sense, there is this kind of an attempt at inclusivity. However, what really emerges as a problem very early on and then continues throughout the second half of the 20th century is, of course, that this transcultural psychiatry in its universalist framework has lots of problems and lots of internal incoherences and suffers from the lingering influences of colonial hierarchical thinking and evolutionary thinking. So one of the main problems is that kind of lingering preoccupation with culture, with cultural difference, and especially very narrowly defined culture, which tends to exoticize and reify particular cultural and social communities, and also kind of focuses psychiatric exploration on cultural difference within this context, universalism, to the exclusion of social, economic, and political factors and determinants, which could actually work better to create a comparative framework. But so there is this kind of lingering colonial almost preoccupation with exotic cultural difference and culture as kind of ethnic or religious trait rather than a kind of broader socioeconomic exploration. Because of that, partly transcultural psychiatry, especially as it develops in the Western context, focuses, they want to be facilitators of cross-cultural communication, but I also see that, again, as part of the colonial theorizing, they see cross-cultural change and cross-cultural contact and different cultural influences in a particular community as a source of pathology. And it's very much, and it's in particular, the cultural change and modernizing change within developing, right, and kind of underdeveloped communities is a source of pathology rather than kind of developmental opportunity, etc. And in more explicit ways, there's a persistence of colonial framework and colonial knowledge evolutionary thinking, which means that global South and sort of developing communities and societies are seen as kind of stuck at an earlier stage of development, of civilizational development. So this sort of infantilism thesis that non-Western societies, some of them are kind of representative of the earlier stages of development of European civilizations, but also this tendency to kind of to understand cultural difference and differences in expressions of mental illness in hierarchical, to order them in hierarchical terms. And one of my favorite examples, favorite in a negative way, is this one of the conclusions of Julian Leff, the leader of this IPSS study in the UK, who developed this theory of languages of emotions, where he kind of ordered societies from developing to developed and argued that the languages of emotion, of negative emotion in particular, in developing societies are fossilized. So they are at an earlier stages of development because they don't differentiate very well between different forms of negative emotions like depression, anxiety, etc. So it's all undifferentiated. And as societies climb up civilizationally, you get ever more differentiated expressions and concepts for these emotions, like for instance in English or in French. And so this is happening in the 1970s, so really quite late in the day. and within the concept of universalism, but his analysis is really not that much different from colonial thinking and from the infantilism thesis that I mentioned. Right? It's this kind of development for this kind of evolutionary development. But the problem is, of course, if you think of certain countries and societies and communities that are stuck at a kind of a previous developmental stage, then it will take, it's very kind of pessimistic in terms of developmental and modernizing options and prospects, because it will take much longer for these communities at the childhood stage of civilization, right, to catch up. And it's a thinking in terms of catching up. And so this has been obviously this criticized as category fallacy, right? And this is one of these anthropological critiques from the 80s and 90s, that European psychiatrists took their categories to other societies and assumed that if those societies don't have those exact categories that come from Western societies, then they're kind of underdeveloped, and that this is a problem, that cultural patterns in different societies have to be more or less accurate approximations of the Western classification, which is the only real one. And so to come to the periphery or the semi-periphery, what's really important, I think interesting in the story of transcultural psychiatry is that experts from the global south and from socialist East and from Yugoslavia, socialist Eastern Europe, actually attempted to offer correctives to this, and very important and imaginative alternatives to these conceptualizations of the global mind. So how do you bridge this gap between different cultural conceptualizations, and how do you undermine this hierarchical view within which Western medicine is the ultimate the ultimate true knowledge system? But many people from the decolonizing societies really focused on non-Western concepts and non-Western systems of knowledge and their role in the development of modern cross-cultural psychiatry. And my favorite example is from India, where a group of researchers from Delhi really kind of talked about the Indian universalist tradition of psychotherapy, autochthonous Indian tradition of universalist psychotherapy, which focuses on humankind rather than on individual patients like Western psychiatry. And they argued that in fact this Indian tradition is much more useful as the norm for future universalist transcultural global psychiatry, much more conducive to that than these Western traditions which are being imposed around the world. What's really important, and this is something where Yugoslav psychiatrists played a big role as Marxists who focused on socioeconomic determinants of mental health and sociological analysis, is that one way to undermine the colonial frameworks in transcultural psychiatry is to focus not on cultural difference, right, in this cultural, reifying, narrowly defined culture, religion, ethnic differences, but to focus on social psychiatry and sociological and social categories within different communities and how they shape mental health. Again, a famous example of this is this Cornell Arrow mental health study, which was a collaboration between a Canadian and a Nigerian group of psychiatrists, which focused on the concept of social disintegration as a factor, as a core determinant of mental health. Rather than any kind of issue of cultural clash or cultural change or this kind of malicious cultural difference, right? And so they focused on issues of social disintegration within communities, and then placed both Canadian and Nigerian rural communities within the same analytical framework, and drew really convincing parallels. From Eastern Europe in particular, and I worked in this particular Yugoslav psychiatry, well, several of them, but one of my one of my most important case studies was Vladimir Jakovljevic, who actually comes from the University of Zagreb, then worked in Belgrade and in Macedonia, and then went to Guinea and France and Guinea to do his transcultural research. And what comes out from his research is this alternative non-Western form of universalism. So unlike this Western universalism, which comes out of this post-colonial guilt, but is also very much infused with colonial thinking and can't move away from hierarchical and evolutionary thinking. This alternative kind of the socialist idea of universalism is based on solidarity, on a particular sense of solidarity between, say, Eastern Europe as a region, and in the case of Jakovljević, Africa, or kind of West Africa as a region. So there's this uncertain geopolitical position of Eastern Europe and Yugoslavia in Europe plays an important role. So it's unclear whether Yugoslavia is closer to Africa or to France, to Western Europe in its kind of civilizational development in Jakovljević's reading. And in that sense, there is a sense of solidarity, which is not always explicit, but there is also an implicit drawing of historical parallels between historical experiences and stages of development, and kind of this history of oppression between both Yugoslavia or Eastern Europe and Africa. And so that kind of universalism, solidarity, leads to a different view of kind of cultural comparisons and the global mind, because it is kind of, so if you are a kind of Yugoslav psychiatrist who was working in Macedonia, you see lots of similarities in, as they say, backwardness, right, between these different global regions, right? And so they maintain these social psychiatrists, they maintain this problematic narrative of civilization versus primitivism, and of course they see Europe as the civilized norm. But there's lots of ways in which implicitly, or even perhaps unintentionally, this evolutionary narrative is undermined in their writing because precisely of that solidarity and that similarity that they feel between their own experiences and experiences of the other in Africa. And because of that, it's kind of moving away from this infantilism thesis in socialist transcultural psychiatry. Because of course, whatever they say about Africa and its development or not will at the same time refer to Eastern Europe and Yugoslavia. It will be as relevant for Eastern Europe. So if Africa is stuck at the childhood stage of civilizational development, then the same goes for Yugoslavia, and it doesn't really bode very well for modernization and socialist revolution. So there is much more developmental optimism within that alternative psychiatric system. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, Anna, for the interesting paper you shared with us. And now for the last lecture, Vedran Duančić from the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and your yesterday's host. Please, Vedran, you may present your research.
Hi, everyone. So welcome to the almost end. My paper is titled The Brotherhood of Equals, Science and Technology Transfers Among the Non-Aligned Countries During the Cold War. And my talk today belongs to the work in progress genre, meaning that it comes at a point in the development of research when you know a lot about something, but you're not necessarily sure what to do with all that knowledge. And this is something I've been working on for some time as part of the project led by Professor Dugac at the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, but also something that will eventually turn into a larger project of its own because it's a big topic. And because of its size, today I will offer an overview, thinking aloud about certain methodological issues. So, if you have any personal or professional relation to former Yugoslavia, as a large part of the audience does, you will know of the non-aligned movement and organization of countries, mostly from the so-called Third World, which called for peaceful coexistence and economic development beyond the Cold War divisions. In its heyday, the NAM, whose membership had grown from 25 countries at the 1961 inaugural meeting in Belgrade to well over 100 countries and liberation movements, exerted a considerable influence in global affairs, but has largely lost the rationale for its existence and has seen its influence greatly diminish since the end of the Cold War. You also probably have an idea of Yugoslav non-aligned engagement as a differentia specifica separating socialist Yugoslavia from socialist countries of the Eastern Bloc. Well, if that's the case, That means you probably haven't been reading much of the recent literature on the Cold War. It's been almost 20 years since the notion of the Iron Curtain gave way to more nuanced alternatives such as the Nylon Curtain and the likes. Federated world is another such apt term. The curtain and its effects were real, make no mistake, but for some people, in some places, in some periods, it appeared translucent and permeable. Rather than a time of a strict separation fueled by ideological and geopolitical antagonisms, the Cold War has for some time now been reframed as a time of global entanglement of a specific kind, a time of trans-systemic communication that was limited, precarious, controlled, but that existed nonetheless. What then was so special about socialist Yugoslavia if everyone else also transgressed the borders? That the Soviet Union had a global agenda and worked on realizing it was never disputed. Once the Soviet East European satellites were no longer seen as mere enforced copies, forming a monolithic ideological geopolitical bloc, but entities with at least some agency of their own, who occasionally worked against each other and even against the interests and wishes of the Soviet Union, their global ambitions came to light too. This historiographical development also has implications for Yugoslavia. If, as historians have shown, agronomy, engineering, or medicine students from Algiers, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Libya, Nigeria, etc., were to be seen in the streets of the DDR, Hungary, or Romania, and vice versa, socialist experts in the construction sites, hospitals, and fields of the third world countries, again, what was so special about socialist Yugoslavia? For beginning, size, that is, better to say, scale matters. And the scale, ambition, and importance ascribed to the cooperation of the members of the Eastern Bloc with the non-aligned developing countries pale in comparison to Yugoslavia's engagement. But let's take a step back to gain some methodological perspective. For decades, overviews of the history of NAM, studies of engagement of individual countries with it, or histories of cooperation and conflicts within it have all focused on international relations, activities of heads of states, and geopolitical concerns. The long-standing hegemony of diplomatic history has neglected one of the movement's main goals: peaceful cooperation aiming at improving living conditions and fostering economic growth in developing countries. And there it is, front and center in the declaration from the 1955 Bandung Conference, one of the prequels that led to the formal establishment of the non-aligned movement at its first summit in Belgrade in 1961. Section A of the Bandung Declaration is titled Economic Cooperation, even though scientific and technological cooperation would have been an equally, if not a more precise title. Admittedly, the frequency of mentions of science and technology and emphasis put on it in declarations from the later NAM summits would vary, with science and technology, for instance, being mentioned, I think, only once in the declaration from the Colombo summit in 1976, I think. Nevertheless, mentions of scientific technological cooperation in service of economic development were neither accidental nor marginal. A precise definition of scientific technological cooperation, however, proved to be elusive. It was a blanket term encompassing a variety of goods and services, from blueprints for grain silos and irrigation systems, hydrological surveys, student exchange, shipbuilding, to vaccines and beyond. And although always listed together, the technology part of the dyad clearly carried more weight in practice. Most developing countries, not only NAM members, aspired to recreate scientific complexes entirely or partially and implement specific scientific knowledge and technology from the more advanced countries of the first world, either their former European colonial centers or increasingly the United States, or even the second world, which was also keen on scientific technological exports to developing countries for geopolitical and more mundane economic reasons. But developing countries often found turning to each other, to other developing countries for certain types of knowledge, personnel, or science and technology-related investments to be cheaper, if not quicker, and it was often politically beneficial too. Facing shortages of hard currency, developing countries resorted to paying in kind, and oil was a preferred alternative. for various forms of mutual cooperation and investment, which in turn complicated the process and even served as a disincentive for future cooperation. The science, diplomacy, and cooperation that was initially heavily influenced by revolutionary, national liberation, and anti-imperialist agendas of the 1950s and 1960s became more pragmatic and concerned with economic efficiency by the late 1970s, when it also started yielding fewer tangible results. The cooperation within NAM during the late phase of the Cold War poses a methodological challenge. Not only were its earlier revolutionary connotations subdued, but the overall decrease in cooperation, though not in all fields equally, was a result of a combination of global, regional, variety of national, micro-regional reconfigurations that are not necessarily readily observable from any single point of view. The core issue of the history of scientific technological cooperation within NAM is horizontal transfer, not the transfer of knowledge and technology from developed to developing countries, but the very idea and attempts at cooperation among the developing countries themselves. NAM serves as a particularly convenient research framework in that regard. If it sounds great, that's because it is great, but some sort of research caution is advised lest we fall victims of a trap of simplifying and romanticizing, for there are several catches. First, the cooperation among developing countries by no means precluded the classical type of transfers from developed to less developed or developing countries. This was continuously and explicitly stated in a declaration after declaration. I cannot quantify this, at least not for now, but it seems that both on the level of plans and on the execution of these plans, scientific technological cooperation among the developing countries was a supplementary strategy meant to be employed alongside transfers from developed countries. This diversification was linked to the contemporary belief that quick-paced scientific technological development was a crucial precondition for sustainable independence. Second, the very proposition of scientific technological cooperation among supposedly equal and friendly countries in light of post-colonial dependencies, national liberation, and state-building efforts was often challenged in practice. Competition for particularly lucrative tenders tended to pit supposed non-aligned allies against each other. This is a very frustrating issue for me because different contracts were negotiated and awarded in different ways. I'm not yet entirely sure how to deal with that confusion. In any case, the scientific knowledge, personnel, and infrastructure should be seen as diplomatic and economic resources, which was an understanding shared by government officials as well as the experts involved. Third, NAM was an asymmetric organization whose members exerted different levels of different capital, different levels of different kinds of capital, economic, diplomatic, military, technological, etc. This is an opportunity to bring socialist Yugoslavia back to the story because Yugoslavia was eager to profit from its relative advantage in cooperation with countries, not all of them full NAM members, as diverse as Algeria, Angola, Brazil, China, Cuba, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Libya, Nigeria, Sudan, etc. This is obviously not a comprehensive list, there are just a list of cases that I know something about. And the logic was often simple. It went something like this. Look, our Yugoslav turbines, for instance, will never be the best or the cheapest. But if 3 out of 10 Ethiopian engineers will be trained on them here in Yugoslavia, even if at our expense, our offer to supply Ethiopia with turbines will be assessed in a more favorable light. The problem with such logic, of course, was that everyone thought of the same thing, so no one in the end really had the edge. The cooperation with other developing countries was made into a cornerstone of Yugoslavia's identity, both domestically and internationally, and it was hoped it would help boost the economy that started faltering in the early 1960s when an earlier expansionist model based on state investments in heavy industry producing for a domestic market was abandoned in favor of joining the global markets and coupled by a retreat of the state from the commanding position in the economy, but also in financing scientific research. Despite certain financial successes, most notably in the field of civil engineering, with Yugoslavia's construction companies winning lucrative contracts and building dams, bridges, roads, power stations, schools, and tens of thousands of housing units, most spectacularly in Algeria, the overall economic results of Yugoslavia's engagement with NAM did not meet expectations. Yet it remained important even in the 1980s for the country's international prestige, and was profitable enough for the state to keep pursuing it by mediating between foreign governments and individual institutions and companies throughout Yugoslavia. But if they wanted to export their expertise and technology, directors of research institutes, for instance, had no choice but to act as directors of commercial enterprises. In a meeting in March 1974, one of many meetings dedicated to rethinking Yugoslavia's position within NAM from a perspective other than high diplomacy, a wonderful, ambitious, and entirely unrealistic suggestion was made. Yugoslavia, whose scientific technological cooperation with non-aligned countries had actually been decreasing, not least because of the 1973 oil crisis and the ensuing economic crisis, should position itself as no less than a coordinator of all scientific technological cooperation within the movement, even in instances where it did not take part. That, as is clear, did not happen. There were three dominant fields of cooperation: agriculture, civil engineering, admittedly a notion too broad to be of much use really, and medicine. Thousands of physicians from developing countries from across the world were educated at Yugoslavia's universities, and thousands more were sent from Yugoslavia to the Middle East and Africa to practice and teach. Medicine cooperation with Libya and Syria in that regard was exceptionally large. Also sent from Yugoslavia were domestically produced drugs and vaccines. I'm mentioning this because vaccines, including the extremely successful Edmonton-Zagreb measles vaccine licensed in 1967, were a particular source of national pride, because this was a field where socialist Yugoslavia, a developing country, had actually caught up and could compete with the much more advanced countries and earn the much needed hard currency through export. The largely successful cooperation in the field of medicine, however, also speaks of tensions between what was classified as basic and applied science, and between investments that generated economic results directly and investments whose effects resisted an easy classification. The bottom line in the case of building dams and bridges was much clearer than in the case of educating foreign or sending local nurses and physicians abroad, which complicates the motivations as well as the assessments of the results of this type of cooperation. In the 1960s, just when cooperation with NAM was intensifying, the notion of self-managerial socialism in Yugoslavia was expanded to include a sort of self-investment too. Companies were expected to generate profit and rely on themselves for future investments, which separated the relatively few successful companies from a considerable number of non-profitable ones. The strict budgetary rules seemed to have had a tremendous, though yet insufficiently elucidated, effects on investments in scientific research and development. The logic of makers versus takers can also help guide the research of the so-called non-aligned science. The logic complicated the process of deciding who would pay and how big of a share for individual cases of scientific technological cooperation. But it also suggests that the Yugoslav side saw certain lines of cooperation, such as prominently medicine, as important enough not to apply the strict logic of profitability to them. And there's a fundamental problem to everything I've said so far. It's that a movement consciously and deliberately decentered, as the non-aligned movement was, cannot clearly be studied from one perspective alone, even if it is important and insightful, as the case of Yugoslavia's engagement in scientific technological cooperation undoubtedly was. Now, in a way of conclusion, my perhaps overly ambitious plan is to use the case of Yugoslavia as a privileged entry point into this parallel and alternative global network of scientific and technological exchange during the Cold War. In doing so, the shift from reception studies, which tended to reinforce center-periphery hierarchies and dichotomies, to studies of appropriation of knowledge and technology, which ascribed more agency to the receiver, and further a shift to the reimagining of scientific production as plurilocal and always in motion, provides hopefully the vital conceptual underpinnings of my effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vedran, for sharing your insights into the role, the mechanisms of knowledge fluctuation in the unaligned movement and the Yugoslav role in it. And now I would like to open the floor for discussion. Does anyone have any remarks, questions?
Maybe if should someone feel the urge to comment on something that we've heard before, we don't. I don't think we have to necessarily abide to the schedule, because we now have 2 Q&As, basically one after another. So we theoretically could join both into one larger. If anything, if anyone has anything to ask or comment, to suggest.
But
I mean, while other people are collecting their thoughts, hopefully, I have a question for Anna, maybe in anticipation of her of the results of her project. I mean, it considers kind of bridging the gap between our interests. In terms of institutional, can you tell us more about, in terms of institutional collaboration, or where is the space that this bridging took place?
Thank you, Veteran. They're international institutions that are the usual spaces, the usual culprits, like obviously the WHO, but in this case also something called the World Federation for Mental Health, and such institutions, and the regional offices for WHO, especially for mental health, in different parts of the world. So within these institutions, experts from Yugoslavia, but also from the decolonizing territory, other actually non-aligned countries mostly, would act as experts and would sometimes actually be sent on particular tasks and particular missions, right, to explore the state of institutions and mental health developments in different parts of the world. But then some of these people actually took up very important roles, like managing roles or managerial roles in these leading international institutions, and that was also quite striking in the 50s and 60s and sort of probably 70s, to what extent the people from outside the Western centers actually held important roles and could shape policies. But in terms of actual collaboration between going around the Western centers and sort of direct collaborations between the second and the third worlds, it's the training programs that you mentioned that really mattered a lot. So when socialist psychiatrists went to Global South, they went to train personnel primarily and to set up this. And so in that sense, hospitals, local hospitals, but also local universities are the spaces where these collaborations happened most often. So it's not sometimes nothing particularly high ranking or particularly international as such could become space for this really quite unique global collaboration.
And maybe a follow-up question in terms of methodological question in terms of assessing the impacts of these transfers. I mean, in my case, very often they admit that they're not sure they did much. They come back home and like, we have no idea what we just did. So,
well, I don't know. Yeah, I think in the case of Jakovljević, I like this because when I talk about psychiatrists, so psychiatrists are not among the people who were sent in these technical assistance missions most often, and I don't actually know of any other East European psychiatrists other than the the ones that I know from Yugoslavia. So you could say that the influences are really small, minuscule. But I think in his case, I think he actually set up with his team the mental health system of Guinea, like the entire mental health system of Guinea, which I think is not a small achievement. But I don't know. I mean, I think in terms of just speaking more generally, I think global mental health, or like global psychiatric landscape, has changed quite a lot in the last decades with that kind of the rise of biological and biomedical framework, and in that sense these really interesting and nuanced and sophisticated contributions of people from the second world and third world have been lost to a large extent. So sort of globally speaking, I think it's I would say my evaluation is more pessimistic.
I actually do have not a question, but a technical remark that I was supposed to say at the very beginning and then didn't. And then I think now might be a good time to mention that. So first of all, a Croatian historical journal, Radovi Zavoda za Hrvatsku povijest, the proceedings of the Institute for Croatian History, will be sending out an invitation for everyone who wants to contribute to a special issue arising in some way, shape, or form from our conference. There will be a follow-up email on that. It will be the preferred language is English, though I think German and theoretically even French are admissible, though I don't think anyone has seen a French article in there in decades. And sorry. Okay, but you will get an email, separate email about that. Just a general framework. Should anyone be interested, the deadline for submitting papers will be, I think, September 1st, 2021. So 8 months, 8 months from now. If there are no further questions, sorry, Zinko, you're actually the moderator today, so I'm gonna mute myself and let you say goodbye to everyone. If
no, I mean the last panel, actually it was very interesting for me, but not being an expert in the 20th or late 20th century, I don't think that I can really contribute much to the discussion, particularly because it was so theoretically and methodologically developed. So really, if there are no other questions, then I would like to thank all of the participants in the name of the organizing committee and in the name of team members of both the co-organizing projects. I think that your papers, sharing your papers, your researchers has really contributed to making this conference insightful and stimulating in terms of further research in the field of knowledge circulation and knowledge production. I think that is all. I want you to stay healthy, stay safe, and hope to see you soon on another project or at another conference. That is all. Have a nice day.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I say a word?
Yeah, definitely, sure.
I would like to thank our two young colleagues, Vedran Duancic and Zrinko Novosel, for guiding us through the conference and for everyone they made for this conference to make happen. And I would like to thank two of our colleagues from Croatian Institute of History, Tomislav and Krešimir, who worked behind the scenes and for their technical support. That's all of me. Thank you all for participating and goodbye.
So this is the end, or we are still going to have some conclusive remarks, please?
Well, this could have been the end, but if you still have something to add, we would like to hear you out. Unfortunately, I think that some people already left, but there are still enough participants to hear. Yes. Or?
I wasn't able to attend all the meetings, so it would not be proper for me to comment to try to synthesize everything. But I think that this was a very quality conference, and that at least many teams were started, that it is good that many people were put together in this way. So that's my closing remark. And thank you for the organization and all.
Thank you for participating as well. Gordon, I see that you have your mic on. Would you like to add something for the end?
If no one has anything to add, then on behalf of the organizers, in fact, organizing institutions, because projects are organizers of the conference, I would like to thank you all for participating. I would like to thank all people who followed us via YouTube. And what to say, now in my mind is like returning one verse from Jim Morrison, that is, when the music's over, turn out the lights. So, but before the turning out the lights, I really would like to thank you to Zrinko and Vedran for organizing all this and making possible and connecting all the people from various fields. And I really hope that if not all, but majority of the people who attended the conference will write their contributions for that special volume of proceedings of the, oh my God, Institute for the Croatian History of the Faculty of Humanities, for Humanities and Social Sciences. So, and thank you all. For me, though I was not able to follow all the proceedings, but and talks, it was very educational and opened for me some new viewpoints regarding the research of the history, not only the field that I'm doing, it's medieval history, but especially for that modern history and contemporary history as well. So thank you very much. And now turn off the lights. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, this is my beautiful friend. Bye.